Marshall for today's game. I'm going to go ahead right into introductions, and then we'll do the whole setup of what it is we're playing. So we'll start on this side today with your man Michael Holmes, who talks to the cameras.
I do talk to cameras. Hey, I'm Michael Holmes. I'm a creative type armed with a D20 and love of two-tone ska. I play Ink, the Shrouded, and I'm excited and terrified to be here today for some reason.
Hi, Tara Strand. Oh man, plugs. We'll deal with that later. Yeah. I am Idalia, devoted, ready to heal some people. All right.
All right.
Robert Chant. I am a writer, a podcaster, a lover. I'm playing Eerie today, who is not yet dead, and it's killing me.
You hope.
Yeah.
I'm Mac Beauvais of Strange Like That, cosplayer, writer, actor, pretty much anything and everything I possibly can be. And I'm playing Varya, the bitter, who hopes to smash a lot of shit today.
And that's definitely going to happen. All right, so this is Phoenix Dawn Command, which, if you have not seen the previous stream, is a game played with cards instead of dice. We also have a very unique way of leveling up, which is to die. And it also doesn't really have a character sheet. All these characters are sort of a collection of the lessons and abilities that they have, which are laid out in front of them, which you can see in the overhead camera in very, very small. If you have if you're watching this on a giant television, then you can see it. Otherwise, that's what's happening here. This game is sort of like a war story. These characters are all resurrected. They died as mortals and came back as phoenixes, which are these sort of super powerful, like Black Ops, like magical Black Ops teams that like help hold the world together. A long time ago, there were a lot of phoenixes, and there were also a lot of evils. And then at some point, basically, all that went away, and things were just normal. And then the phoenixes showed up again, and nobody knew why. And guess what? A little bit later, so too did the Dread, which is the big evil force. So our characters today are all recently resurrected phoenixes. Some of them are on their second life already. They have 7. But these phoenixes have all they've had more experiences as mortals. Or maybe in the Crucible, depends on how long your Crucible is. We'll talk about that in a second. But they've had more experience being mortals than they have been being phoenixes. They succeeded in their last mission, but 3 of them died in the process. Ish.
Woo!
And now they're going to go on another one. This particular adventure jumps around a little bit. We're going to start in the middle and then jump back to the top and then go forward. This is how it's written. This is the second printed adventure in the book, Phoenix Dawn Command. And it is really fantastic. And this is actually the last of the printed adventures we're going to do with this campaign. Starting next week and going forward, we're going to go on our own path. But this is my favorite adventure they wrote, so I wanted to make sure we captured this one. But it does. It starts in the middle. A little bit about what you can do to donate, because this is the first time we have those on. We're only doing 2 of our 3 basic donations today. We're going to slowly roll out donations as time goes on. This is a new system, and we don't want to break it by manipulating it too much from the outside. Today, if you'd like, you can donate to give one of these fine folks a reroll, the equivalent of a reroll, which is a draw a card. So I'll give them this token, and they can turn it back into me at any time to draw a card, which is super useful if they don't have what they need for the spread they're going to do. And P.S. they can keep that card if they have no reason to have to discard it. So if they want to draw up, it can put them over their draw limit. I don't care. It just gives them a card, and they can hold on to these and use them when they need them, and they go from adventure to adventure. Those are well worth your time. You can also add environmental objects. In this game, every combat has a bunch of environmental objects listed, and using those environmental objects give the characters an additional benefit. So if it's something that's on fire, maybe you set your target on fire, or maybe you can use it to do brutal damage, or maybe you can use it to help entangle an enemy. Environmental objects are great, and they also have a mechanic where when you use one, you get to draw a card. So that's a little more money, but definitely worth your time. Also, you can pay with your experience points for both those things. Sam Proof will do his best to explain what's going on. Your ability to remove environmental objects isn't going to start this week, because I'm not entirely sure which ones in this adventure that I'm running are critical, and I don't want to let you remove one, only to later find that we need it desperately. So I have one more thing for you before we start. You in the chat room, if you could please give us a 1-sentence description of a person. These are all different people. And it should be like a pretty concise description in one sentence. So it'd be like a butcher who's been, a 40-year-old butcher who has world-weary eyes, or a young girl who has her whole world in front of her, or a lady in a black dress. Just a simple sentence description. We're going to get as many of those as we can, really one per person because we don't have time for all of that, and send those in to Sam, and Sam will put them into my little machinima-do here, and we're going to use those coming up. So let's briefly meet the Phoenixes before we start, because we're going to start when we start. It's going to be it's a hard start. Kickstart. All right, so the only rank 1 Phoenix currently on the wing is Eerie. Tell us about Eerie, and tell us what Eerie can do a little bit.
Eerie is a forceful, which means he's a kind of the fighter, or one of. He's very fast. He's kind of eerie. He's creepy. He looks like kind of like a 10 or 12-year-old kid, but he moves very fast. He has kind of he's definitely down to fight the dread, but not quite as much helping normal people so much. So yeah, that's a thing.
Go ahead.
I am again playing Varya, who's a bitter. They're basically like the tank class of this game. She was actually a berserker in her former life, and when she came back as a phoenix, she started to take on some of those animalistic aspects in a more severe way. So she's already died once, so she came back even more bestial. So she's got yellow eyes, bit of fangs, her bone structure's a little messed up. And the more that she gets hurt, the more damage that she can do.
I'm Ink. I'm the Shrouded, which is kind of like Sack said last week, combination of like the rogue and like an alchemist class. He hides and he knows things. He's a good-looking Mediterranean kid. He's got curly black hair. He wears a ponytail. Since his second resurrection, he has this weird little kind of affectation where he kind of phases out of reality for like a second at a time, and if you're not watching, you would think you're hallucinating, basically. He's got this dark blue cloak that if you look super close at it now, there's like kind of this ever-changing just tapestry of text on it. And he feels like he's on the verge of remembering something fairly significant about his past.
Nice. I'm Idalia. She's a devoted class, and they're healers, diplomats, good at talking to people they know about spirits, more like human spirits, and traditions and customs and that sort of thing. And in her former life, she was kind of a healer and a pharmacist in a way. And she has kind of bluish skin. All her powers are star-based, and that's where she draws from to do a variety of things. She's got hair that's a little bit kind of starting to float independently now of itself on her second life. And her third life, whatever. And kind of like eyes that look a bit like a nebula, and this gold armor that sort of channels all her star powers.
Cool. I see this here. Sam, can you give me, what is the rate per one of that as per our list?
Where is our list?
Oh, good point. Someone in the chat actually can probably drop you the donations page. And because I forget how that, I don't know where Dom set that, I'm suddenly realizing. But there's a donations page. But if you go to Saving Throw Donations, I'm sure you'll find it. It's like a page that gives like all the different donations for every show, and just go to our tab. So just tell me how many that is. It won't need it for a second. Okay, so a little bit about the Crucible too, because we're going to meet a Crucible today. The Crucible is this time between your death and your resurrection, and it doesn't necessarily work on real time. You're sort of in the afterlife in this sort of restricted Crucible area during that time. And for some people, the Crucible is as long as it seems. Like, you spend 5 weeks doing it. It's like, some sort of high ropes course, and then you get done with it and you're back. For some people, it takes years, decades, and then you get done with it and you're back. For some people, it takes a few minutes and then you get done with it and you're back. But you're also back at different times too. So it can seem like it took a day and you come back 100 years later. It can seem like it took 100 years and you come back the next day. All of the three of you who came back as a second rank Phoenix came back the next morning. So like you were back at Pyre before even Eerie arrived by ship. But your Crucible may have seemed to you to be a decade, a week, an hour. You were there for a while. So, and we're finding out the information to this one here, it seems like, Sam?
I'm working on that, but I have not found the page yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, stuff.
Well, let me start setting up what we're going to deal with here. So here, again, we're starting in the middle, so don't get freaked out if you don't know where we are.
We know.
You're standing on the roof of a massive building. Around you are the remnants of a garden, originally designed to feed the people who live here, but no one's tended it for a long time. Most of the planters are empty, save a few weed-choked trestles. You're near the edge of the roof, and the busy streets of the capital are about 70 feet below you. People go about their business, but you've got other things to worry about. There's a stairwell near the center of the roof. That's where the sound first came from. Dozens of voices, moaning in unison, chanting words in an ancient language. Moments later, they began pouring in from the doorway. An old woman wearing a bloody shawl. A musician using his instrument as a club. A young boy. A man in a trench coat standing at a shadowy street corner. Well, he's not there, but he would have. It seems like he would definitely do that. A 20-year-old dude with shoulder-length hair who looks kind of bookish. A hobo with an unusually large head and bad body odor. All of them are moaning the same words in perfect time, and all heading for you, moving with the same jerky gait. You all know what this is. The Chant. It's one of the most infamous manifestations of the Dread. No one knows anything about it beyond the simple facts. It starts when someone begins the chant and attack the people around them. Those who hear the chant either join in or are torn apart by chanters. It spreads quickly. Entire villages and even major cities have been lost to the chant. We don't know how it begins or how it spreads, and we don't know any way to save someone once they've begun chanting. Now the mob of chanters is upon you.
So it's like the anti-life equation in DC Comics.
Yes, it is.
Great.
They're still living.
I see that, but what's the rate?
I don't know what I'm looking for.
It should have an amount of XP and
2,000.
and then what is the cash value?
6.
Okay, so it's just one. All right, here you go. That's a redraw from you from Matt 510.
Thanks, Matt
So
510.
keep track of that. That's a free draw. And thank you, Matt 510, for that donation. All right, so here we go. So the first thing you need to do is all of you need to make a defense spread against an attack value of 7, as they're basically on top of you before you know it.
Good.
You can kill those descriptors, Sam. Thanks.
Okay, this guy.
So
there's a melee attack?
it's a melee attack, correct. You can assume you're in whatever combat style you want to be in for this. If you have multiple combat styles, there's no difference there. Here is our chanter mob, if you want to put that out there so they can see it. Sure. And that chanter mob has 33 rank
Health
Health?
health levels.
Great.
Cool.
What was that about dying?
So I'm going to put that amount here.
So I am using Astonishing Luck, and I'm burning a spark to add 4 more to my defense spread for a total of 8.
Okay. Do you have any more grace cards you can add to that?
I do.
Because astonishing luck won't count, so that's good.
So there's, what is that? That's 11 all
Okay,
told.
good to go. You can go ahead and draw back up. This is sort of outside of combat.
Cool.
Okay, so we each need to just defend
Yeah,
right now.
give me a defense. 7 is the target number, but better is better.
All right, I can only do 2, so 2 cards. So I'm gonna do 7. I just barely get by. I shield them off from me.
Which is your combat style currently?
Passing pain.
Passing pain is only grace for defense, so that unless you can use one card as grace, or
I
can you
can.
use one? Okay, then you're good.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and you're fine.
Yeesh.
Okay. Well, I would have been in Endless Rage, which means I can only use 1 card for my defense spread. So
Okay.
I have a 4, but I'm going to go ahead and burn sparks to get up to 7,
Okay.
because at this point it seems worth it.
All right, Mike, can you make sure your mic is on?
Yeah.
And not.
Sorry.
Are you getting levels there?
Definitely.
All right.
Yeah,
All right. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Perfect.
at it.
Chan, what do you got?
I got 7.
You're fine. All right, so go ahead and draw back up. And now I'm going to reveal so this is the situation here. Go ahead and pull those wood blocks off there. We are in the rooftop garden. Already in the rooftop garden are a water barrel, the weed-covered trellis, a wheelbarrow, a decorative shrub, the edge of the roof, and the chant itself. Now, I should warn you that engaging with the chant, you're protected by your being a phoenix from sort of whatever the infectious aspect of the chant is. That said, you can choose to engage the chant if you think it would be useful, and it will probably have some effects. Chanters are appearing by the dozens from the building, mostly Elonans, drawn from all ages and walks of life, with a few things in common. They each walk with a shuffling, jerky gait, yet they move remarkably quickly. They're bleeding from every orifice. Blood drips from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils. There are lots of them. There's well over 30 of them. And they basically surrounded you, but they don't think of this like sort of a fast zombies mob where like each one's working with each other. It's almost like they're all controlled by the same like driving force. So like they'll all attack in one direction at once, or they'll move like a sort of flock of birds. So they have a sort of unifying characteristics. Amongst them, there are innocent-looking children who are now bleeding and are diving at you. You can, you don't know much about the chant, but if you want to burn, intellect cards on your turn to try and learn more, you can. There'll be more than enough opportunities for this. So, who wants the torch?
Somebody who can get more info.
Okay. I'll
you
take
already
the
got
torch for sure. So I'm going to use my Master of Intrigue skill specialty to perhaps use some observation.
Okay.
Would you buy that?
Yeah, you can use observation. Sure, you're gonna see what you can see about them.
Sure. So that adds 5 already.
Okay.
And then I'm going to use the smartest person in the room, which adds an additional 5.
Okay.
Now, would you argue that this involves scouting or is associated with scouting?
No.
Okay. Damn. So that's 10, 15. Actually, let's say 17, all told, trying to figure out what the hell's going on with
17?
the chant.
Okay, let me give you an answer to that question here. Sorry, there's actually like a very specific spread for this I want to make sure we're using, which is...
And as, they're pouring out, Ink kind of hops in front of you, puts his arms like, stop, don't move! And then he listens very intently for a moment.
Okay.
Nice. You did the description.
So are you, where's the learning about the chant spread? I want to make sure you're doing this right.
Yeah, because I need to know if I can start naming or not.
Well, you at least the rumor is that what you very much know is that the chant, there's no coming back from it. So,
Oh, really?
So these people are...
yeah, I mean, that may not be necessarily the case, but certainly not in this level.
I just want to know what happens when you kill one.
Alright.
does it
Yeah,
take
hence being the smart person going first.
Oh yeah. So I'm not trying to save these guys. I'm already like, they're okay. They can be like helped, right? But
Well,
no,
I
guess
mean-
not.
I think it's minimizing calamity
Up the
basically at this point.
Yeah.
Ours mainly, but
That's what I'm looking for. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm realizing this is just not in the section of the document that I was working on. So, what we want to learn about here is, okay, so what'd you get?
17.
All right, you learn the following. You learn that a single entity is controlling these creatures. You feel like probably a spiritual entity, probably something like it's probably like a controlling spirit, the same way that controlling spirits control some constructs in this world. You know that it is probably none of their spirits. It's not a personal thing. This is probably something that has taken over their bodies. It's probably pushed their bodies out. It's too big for a simple exorcism. And you feel like the sound of the chant has like a natural compulsion to it, and the people who speak the chant are essentially speaking like the incantation that opens themselves up to this entity. So if someone says the chant, they're essentially letting this in.
Okay.
And you feel like once it's in, and there's no going back on that.
Okay. Then I'm going to. I feel like the only way to stop this from getting any worse is to start silencing people. Perhaps if we cull enough of them, then the chant will just sort of dissipate.
I have a power for that.
All right.
All right.
And then he actually ducks behind the weed-covered trellis and becomes hidden.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm
Good
going
job
to draw
on
back
that.
up, right?
Draw one card. Well, draw a card from that, which sadly won't help you much because you're going to draw back up to 6 anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, good. You are hidden. Here is your hidden condition.
Thank you.
Oh, he has up to 6, but not the rest.
Yeah.
Okay, no. Special.
Okay.
Who wants the torch? No.
I'll take. Oh, did you?
I want to try something. I don't know if it's going
right.
to work.
So yeah, he flips his hood up and he kind of phases out of reality and.
And I don't know what sort of skill spread this is going to be, but I want to go over to the water barrel. I don't want to start slapping it in time with the rhythm of the chant, and then start fucking up the rhythm.
Okay.
Kind of like when you like someone's trying to count like 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're like 7, 4, 8. See if it'll.
That's a grace spread, and it's a skill spread, so you can do up to 3 cards. Grace spread. You can go ahead and check off the water barrel and draw a card. And great. And yeah. So what do you got?
Oh, hi. This is all garbage. Well, let's see. 4 and 2.
4 and 2.
And then
You'll
I
draw from the 2.
one, and that's another strength card. So.
Okay. Well, we know you're going to be strong next turn.
7.
All right. So then you're going to use that as the trait, or you're going to use that as just a 1.
It's for a defense spread, so
Okay.
I can only use it as a.
Okay, so you sort of trying to do like a sort of bad rhythm or like a disruptive rhythm, and you're hitting it, but it doesn't seem to be making much of an effect. But it does get their attention.
Oh, okay.
So between you and whoever you're going to hand the torch to, you can go ahead and draw back up though, because your turn ends. Between you and whoever you're going to pass the torch to, they're going to make an attack. And actually, there's so many of them now; they're basically all sort of pulling at you. So you're all going to make this defense spread. This is a defense of 7 again.
Actually, no.
What?
I won't.
Oh, it's true. They can't see you.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Because I'm hidden.
It's okay.
Defense would have to be grace, wouldn't
Good.
Depends on your combat style, but mostly it's grace.
it? Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Not gonna work out well at all.
You can turn.
But you know what? I can take a 1. Whatever. All right. I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna use one of my cards as a grace card and burn a spark to defend.
All right. So that's 5, 6, 7. You're fine.
Sorry.
You managed to like they're basically like trying to they're breaking into groups, right? So a third each of the swarm is attacking each of you and they're just passing over Mike, like behind his trellis because he's removed himself from their reality. So they're sort of like trying to like grab at you, and you sort of feel like they're learning you as much as you're learning them. They get more coordinated as they're going. So they miss you, but like that you can see like they're I should mention they're not looking where they're like the eyes of the people are like looking around like they're like trapped in a terrible nightmare. But the faces of the people are also clearly sort of like aware, and they're definitely aware of you, and like they're seeing themselves miss you, and you feel like they're growing from that. What do you got, Mac?
Is it worth blocking with what I have? Because
it's
my
not
bitter strength is I can use any one card. Nope, that doesn't help me actually.
It's not an all or nothing. So
yeah.
if you have a little more,
no, I have a 2 grace card. That is the extent of what I have.
Yeah, I'd
right
save
now.
it.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and let them do.
All right,
their
so
shit.
they basically like start beating on you with like whatever objects they have in their hands and whatnot. That's going to be it's going to be 4. This is how the math works. 14 damage times 2. That's a lot. But then the max they can ever do is 4. So they do 4 damage to you, divided by 2 because of your defense. So you're going to take 2 damage.
Okay.
So take 2.
Start getting really wolfy at this point.
quick question too. I just did a defense. Can
Wolf
I pull
out.
two
No.
more? Okay.
because it's not on your turn.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Well, no,
A little bit of
Mac,
a-
All right, Shannon, what's
each
your
of those is worth 2, though, right?
No. I divided by 2 already.
Never mind. Sorry.
I think the only thing I have is Survivor. When I use it in defense spread, I use burn 2 sparks to reduce the damage by 1 wound.
Okay.
So,
And you don't have any other defense?
I mean,
Oh, is your defense grace?
yeah.
Okay.
So I can only use 1 card.
All right, cool. Well, because you use survival, I'll let you use 1 grace card if you have a grace card.
Well, I have.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you. No, you're boned. So you're gonna take 1 wound. Is what you're gonna take.
Fair enough.
That's how that worked. All right, good job. All right, so now who did you pass the torch to?
He didn't.
Yeah. So who will you pass the torch to?
You.
All right, Mac.
last, yeah.
Now that I have these people clinging to me, I'd really like to go ahead and whip around the ones holding onto me and try and fling people off the edge of the roof.
All right, take the edge of the roof action and a draw, and give me an attack spread. I'm assuming you're enraged.
Yep, so I can do 3.
I forget. Is this the enraged?
It has like a fist.
Yeah, it's like power fisting.
Yeah, it totally is.
What? The power fist is a thing. That's not what you think it was.
It's fine.
That was that Nintendo periphery from the
Yeah.
late 80s, right? The Power Fist.
Yeah.
It was only in Japan, but it was
All right.
very
So
popular.
you can make a spread of 3.
I'm
and
actually gonna
you're
do
Did you draw a card?
Yes, and
Okay.
I'm actually going to do a spread of 4 because of what I just pulled up. I pulled up Ruthless,
All right.
and when I use this card in a spread, it has a value of 5 in an attack spread.
Okay. And
'Cause
you're
I
being
think it's
ruthless
pretty
because you're
ruthless. I'm
pushing a
throwing
bunch of
people-
children off a roof.
Pretty
All
much.
right.
So I'm going to go ahead and throw in that, and that, and I've got 2 wounds, and actually I can throw in 1 more, so I'm going to go ahead and throw in that. So that's 7, and then another 5, 9, 16. Am I doing the right math?
16? Mm-hmm. All right, so that's 16 divided by, 16 minus 3, which is their defense. They sort of try and like snake around you. So it's going to be 13 divided by 3, 4 with the remainder of what?
0.3333.
All right, so then it's going to take 5.
I threw a bunch of people off the roof.
Yeah, you threw. That's like that represents like 15 people. You basically throw off a roof, and you're prescient enough. Like you're aware that you can see them sort of like fall and
Yeah.
die. So
I'm
they
not, like,
definitely
super
they don't
happy
like
about
survive the fall, and then like go spread the chant outside the building. They go all the way down and die.
Sorry, that's just the way of things. And that's actually, I can't do another spread.
Okay,
so.
I think I'm next.
I'm not sure what their question is here. Metal Demon is asking, is there a way to turn a donation into XP? You can donate your XP. If that's what you're asking, you can donate the appropriate amount of XP, and there's I believe if you do !donate, it will give you the commands for what donations you want, and then you can donate that, and it will take. If you have that much XP, it will take it. As to turning donations into XP, and like the other way around, I don't think there is a way to do that. If that's what you're asking, thank you. Okay, so good job. That was brutal damage, by the way, is what I did there, which is why I took off the
That
last
smile.
one.
Awesome.
All right, and
Very good at snarling and throwing people off.
and do you have any more spreads in you, or are you going to pass the torch?
I already did.
Okay, so
All right, I shouldn't have gone in so hard in defense. That's a lesson learned. I could have used that wound. But what I wanted to try to do was use the chant against them.
now, do you want to change combat styles? You got to remember that because you have 2, you should pick one every turn.
Oh, really? You know what? I don't even have, since I can't drop
Yeah.
yet, I don't have enough cards to really make
Okay.
it count, so no. So I have an intuitive sense, I'm going to use that trait, of where the source, I'm not sure what the source is, but I have a sense of where the source is. And because I have, radiation wave type powers and sonic waves, I want to try to send the sound of the chant back onto that source and see if that does anything.
The only way to do this will be to chant.
Oh.
So, like, if you want to chant, then you can use the powers against them. But if you can't, your powers can't reflect this sound unless you choose to say the words.
Okay.
So, do you want to say the words of the chant?
You want me to do it right now?
It's up, well, not like,
Oh,
like not specifically, but like, does your character say the words of the chant? I had the chant commissioned, so we're gonna hear that in future games.
Oh.
But yeah, so do you want to say the chant?
If that's what it takes to turn it on the source and use those sound waves to send it off, then
We
Yeah.
hope.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, draw a card knock off the chant
I'm
and
trying
draw a
to
card.
get as many as I can.
And
then we
then
have
give
to
me
kill
this is
Idalia.
a skill spread.
Please don't become possessed or something crazy weird.
Or if you do, describe it in a really cool way.
Before we have to kill
All right.
Yeah, in a really cool way.
All right, so all I've even got. All right. Is that
So that's 5.
And
Wait, so that is 5, 6, 7. And does intuitive count for more because you're using it, or is it not?
yeah, I'm using that because I can tell where the source is.
Okay.
It's coming from, and so
But
that's
it doesn't have an additional numerical.
It's 5.
Yeah, it's 5.
It's 5. Okay, so it's
It's
so
11,
It was a
11
skill
altogether.
spread.
11 plus 5 because you're chanting, and plus 5 because you're going to use spirits, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So that's 10, 21?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to decide if I wanted to burn a spark, but nah.
21's pretty good, man.
All right, so
Better than I
It
thought.
pushes you over.
Yeah.
okay, you learn the following. You by speaking the words of the chant. The bulk of the chant eulogizes. This is, by the way, this chant is in an ancient language, but all of you speak it. It's the same languages that all phoenixes know.
Pyrean?
It's Pyrean. So.
Whatever, schoolboy.
The bulk of the chant eulogizes people who have died. The chorus is accusatory. It blames the listeners for the deaths of those innocents and demands they join the song as attribution. Setting aside the chorus, the verses never repeat. Each verse is about a different person. To make that clear, like one verse is about the guy who would be under a lamppost, and the next verse will be about a little girl, and so on and so forth. While the verses seem to be evolving, you recognize the style of the song is a traditional Shadavar dirge. Are any of you from Shadavar?
No, but
This causes and you're gonna recall a story about this, but we're gonna take care of that in a second. And you're also gonna take an affliction, which you're gonna put in your discard. And that's going to have an effect every time you draw it. So once it goes into your draw pile, so you sort of allow yourself, you chant verses of it that you haven't heard. Like you open yourself up and start chanting at them, and you're repeating the words that they repeat. You're repeating the chorus, which you've heard a bunch of times, and then you sing the next verse with them, which you didn't know. It just kind of comes out of you. And you notice that they stop attacking you, but there's no other effect. So for this round, you are hidden from them. You can take the hidden condition as well,
right.
because you are chanting.
which means you get a +2 to attack them.
Oh, cool. Okay.
All right, so and that's going to go up. That'll count until your action. They're going to attack again. The only two people they can see are the two of you. This is an attack value 8.
All right.
Okay.
Stay on target.
Yeah.
The torch for whoever wants to take it.
Well, all I can do is the best I can with a 1-card defense spread right now. So I have a 4. That's
Okay, so that
best
cuts
I
it down
can
to
do.
4. Okay. Do you have an ability to damage people that attack you?
Oh, actually, yeah, I just got it from the last game. So when you're struck by an attack, you may burn 2 sparks to give the attacker 1 burning condition, but we decided that it was going to be more of a nightmarish
fear
miasma
condition?
fear condition.
All right, well, don't be afraid to do that if you want
So
to.
actually, I would like to do that. I have to burn a couple sparks for it. But yeah, I'm already hopefully pretty scary at this point on top of that.
All right, so we'll take care of that in a second. What are you going to do, Chan?
Those nightmare flames actually set things on fire?
They do the same damage as if they were on fire, but they're not
Yeah.
on fire.
Set shit on fire!
What do you do for your defense?
Asking a question.
What?
Do those fires set things on fire?
No.
All right.
You're going to do a fire thing in defense?
Of course I would.
Okay.
All I got's a 4.
A 4.
Yeah.
All right, so.
But I can do it. Use it as a counterattack afterwards.
Oh, good. Okay, so give me that counterattack. You're both going to take.
Oh, so you want to
Let's see, 4, that's times 2, but tops 4. 4 divided by 2 is 2, so both of you take 2 damage.
which is
And you do a spread of 4 against them? Is 4 all you got? Did you when you defended?
Well, yeah.
Oh,
'cause I
okay,
can
yeah.
only use one.
Okay, so 4 does do 1, but it's not brutal, so they're not going to take that damage.
Okay.
They are going to take the burning condition though from Mac, which is basically like terrible. Existence fear, they're covered in like a black sort of rippling, cloudy stuff, which you can see is like pulling away at their flesh, and the whole mob gets it when they hit you. All right, so who's got the torch?
Nobody does, but I'll take it. So I'm assuming there's a group just kind of right in front of
In
you,
a
right?
rough place
There's
right now,
nowhere to
too,
go
by
on
the
this
way.
roof that they're not.
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm going to strike from the shadows.
Okay.
So I've got a +2 because I'm hidden. With my Talon, I actually add
use
+4 to that.
Okay.
No, I guess it's just +4 total because it says
Yeah,
+4
yeah,
of hidden.
yeah.
So okay, my Talon named Dream Shadow, and it's an intellect spread.
Put it in the camera so they can see.
You got it. This is my special Talon, which apparently has some sort of significance that I'm not aware of just yet.
Talons are all like the special weapons that phoenixes are reborn with, and they stay with you.
And Ink's particular Talon is a tarnished copper stylus or like pen or something. So what he does is he ducks out of the shadows, kind of gets one of their attention just long enough so their face turns to them, and basically just draws a big X across their face.
Okay.
Like, shut up! And let's see, we got 3. And I can turn this into an intellect card, so that's 8. And because I'm hidden, using my Shadow Dancer talent, I can add an additional card. So that's 9, 12, 16 all told.
16 all told? All right, so we're going to take 3 off of that, so it's 13 again. So this was 4 levels. There you go.
And I can't do another spread. So.
All right, so go ahead and pass the torch,
Take
and
it.
And then he, kind of fades back into the shadows.
right, it's true. Oh, you're unhidden from that, but do you become hidden because you didn't attack?
No.
Is that how your
No,
combat
so
style
I'm-
works?
No.
Your combat style gets you.
Anytime you can attack while you're hidden, you may add an additional
Right.
card.
Oh, it's when you defend and successfully. So yeah,
Exactly.
you're not hidden now. Thank you very much.
So Ink pops back out into reality.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, good. More cannon.
Yeah.
All right, so
Varya, you don't look so good.
Varya, I'm going to take some of your wounds. How many would you care to part with?
2 would be nice if possible.
All right, if you give me more, I can give them.
2 or 3 is fine.
All right.
It's up to you. Dealer's choice.
You know, this is serious. Let's go for it. I'm sure you'll get wounded some other way soon.
Oh, I'm sure.
So I'm going to
Just
burn
don't get
1
it.
spark, and that means I can take any number of an ally's wounds. So I'm going to take 3.
Just don't get
Okay.
yourself into trouble.
All right, I'm hidden, so hopefully that should serve me well.
So let's describe what that looks like. So we know what it looks like for Varya. Although, as I said, if you choose, you can maintain the bestial aspects of your wounds even when she's cured you of them. But the actual wounds go away.
Yeah.
So like your actual where there's like a bottle stuck in you, like it pushes itself out and falls, and like where like there's a big slash across your face that
Yeah.
goes away.
She
So-
does come back from it a little bit. It's
Yeah.
less that she starts looking more human again and more that she's
Yeah.
not as much in that
You're a
crazy.
much calmer werewolf.
Yeah, it's not quite that going to snap at any moment and
Okay.
tear shit apart mode. It's like can breathe for half a second and then like clearing your head.
But what does it look like for you? Because you take this wounds on yourself. So do you actually get beat up by this, or does it have some sort of other effect? I mean, it tarnishes you somehow. But what does it look like?
Well, the first thing is I approach her, I create my black hole, and then I suck the wounds into them, nice sound, and I begin to shrivel a little bit, and I
Okay.
get a little bit more sunken and gaunt.
I like that because your outfit is like that golden cade that like it
Yeah.
doesn't go down with you, so it just fits you wider now. All right, so
Yes.
you've got that. So you've taken her pain. What are you gonna do in this attack?
All right, I'm going to use passing pain to send it onto the chant.
Okay, onto the chanter mob.
Chanter mob, yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make an attack spread of 2 intellect,
Okay.
and this is gonna be +2 because of your hidden, which we're gonna give me because you're no longer hidden.
Excellent. All right. So, got 7, and I think I have to burn a spark to do this too.
I think you're gonna do 1 per wound level actually.
Yeah, I want to. I'm going to start with a couple just to, I'll
Okay.
hang on to one wound. So I'll send it to 2. That inflicts 3 brutal damage for each wound.
So that's going to be 6 brutal damage on top of what you're doing here,
Yeah.
which is
Nice.
9.
which is 9. Okay, so 9 minus 3 is 6, so that's 2 plus 2 more. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2.
Nice.
So you
Nice.
essentially, so like we'll say you don't even drop the black hole, like it just, and you're just sort of like maintaining it because you don't have to. You're taking in, putting him out.
Yeah.
You're a depot right now, and you just basically, and you can just see like the people like just mysteriously like legs break and arms break and like wounds fit, like and if you look very closely, you can see that they're specifically the wounds that she received. So like one of them gets a slash across their face, and like one of them has like a wound from where a broken bottle was stuck in them. And by the way, as the mob is taking wound levels, like people are actually dying. Like the chanters are actually, the bodies are falling out. So there's less chanters now. Each one of these we'll say represents like 3 chanters. So like you just blast them and you just like see people they just like give up and fall over, and people are still toppling over the edge when they lose their and they die up there and they're just falling down. All right, so they're gonna attack again. There are 5, 10, 15. All right, so they can attack 3 of you, and you were.
They can attack all of us now.
No, they can only attack 1 of you per 5 of them.
Okay.
So they can attack 3 of you. You were just visible and attacking them. You're just visible and attacking them, and you're still in the middle of them. So it's going to go that way. So Chan, you get a reprieve. So you guys have a defense spread 9. As you might be noticing, they get better over time. Like the controlling entity is learning to use the mob better every time.
All right. The best I can do is 10. Because I'm going to use my untouchable card, which gives me +5 and a defense spread.
Okay. 10's fine.
Cool.
You walk away from that. Go ahead and discard those cards. So you basically are like, how's that look?
So ink pops out, does the spell or
Yeah.
whatever we want to call it, and
Is it a
is
shush? Is
yes,
it a little shush?
yeah.
All right.
He just puts his finger to his mouth and and then as they kind of start circling around him, he's actually using his cloak as kind of not quite like a matador's cape, but he's trying to disorient them with where he actually is,
Right.
and manages to gain at least just a few feet between him and them.
All right. They took actually one more level of wound from being on fire, or being on
fear.
Being on fear.
It's the
Hashtag
fear
on
toxin.
All right. And what do you have, Mac, in terms of a spread?
So I actually have superhuman reflexes, which I think makes a lot of sense in
Yeah.
avoiding them. So I'm going to lay that down. It also lets me draw another card, which
Now, does that has an effect on a defense spread, correct?
it's attacker defense spread. You may burn a spark to draw an additional card, but I already did draw
okay.
1 card.
And so you can
This
put one more
is-
card into this defense because you're
yeah.
still raging, yeah?
Yeah. This is interesting, though.
And I should.
I
have
just
drawn back
got
up, right?
the card that I got from the last game.
Oh, really?
Yes. So can I use more than one
Trait?
trait
Sure,
card?
of course. If you can justify it, you can definitely use
So,
it.
horrific vision. When you use this card in an attack or defense spread, both you and your opponent are exposed for the duration of the scene.
Okay.
So it does mean that I'm exposed. It also means that they're all much easier to take down. And I think that the fear of seeing a very fucked up, very angry werewolf is probably going to be horrific vision enough.
Who's
All right.
also on fire.
And
Yeah.
does that mean I get to lay down another?
Yeah, neither of those count towards your total, and you can go ahead and take this exposed. This isn't going to count towards this one, though, so your defense will stay as it is. You're just going to
Sure.
remain exposed until you de-exposed yourself. So that is 6, 7?
That's.
No, sorry, does that count as more than 1, or is it 1?
It says that it just counts.
Okay,
as
so it's
1.
1. So
Yeah,
that
so I'm
is-
mitigating what I can right now.
All right, so it's
but-
7, 8, 9. 9 times 2 is 4. It's the max they did, so you're still going to take 2 wounds. But that said, them being exposed is definitely a good thing. That'll reduce their defense by 2, which means they're good in a big way. What do you
Kill
have?
them a lot.
Okay. Well, so what's their defense number again right now?
You're
attack
attacking.
number.
They're going to give you an attack of 9, so you need to defend against 9 or take some wounds.
Okay, I'm definitely going to take some wounds. So I'm just wondering how much defense I want to
Well-
give, because I'm going to use Shining Mirror, which means that they suffer 2 points of brutal damage for each wound I take.
Okay. Well, you can't change combat styles until the top of your turn, so you're
think-
still in passing pain.
I was?
Yeah, because you just passed off the pain.
Oh,
at the
it's
end.
still one battle. Okay.
Yeah. No, not one battle. One round. So
One
like
round.
when you
Okay.
get the torch again, you can switch it out. Which you passed at the end of this turn.
Okay.
To somebody.
Sorry, y'all.
So
Okay.
so what do you have in terms of defense sped of grace of 2? If you can hit 9, you're fine. If you basically want to hit 8 or 9, or you're gonna take 2 damage no matter what.
Okay, I'm gonna take. Let me see. I've got 2 defense, so I'm gonna take a little damage, and that's okay. I want
8.
those
Okay,
wounds.
so that's 1. 1 times 2 is 2. That is a total of 1 wound. Take a
Okay.
wound. And who gets the torch? Okay.
Keep messing up your
Zax, I should not have drawn back up, right?
Did your turn end?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Well, no,
Oh,
but
no,
I just
no.
did the defense spread.
No, you don't. Yeah, don't draw after defense spread.
Making sure.
What do you got?
I'm
Oh,
going to
wait,
take
and
a
I just-
good,
not after
good long
defense spread.
Oh,
run up to it,
Shoot.
jump on the wheelbarrow, balance it on the tire, roll it along, and then
F.
kick it off and knock as many people as I can off the.
All right.
off there.
Go ahead and draw a card, and this will be brutal damage. And they have a defense of 1 right now, so go ahead and you're gonna start cracking in soon. You get more out of a brutal damage spread against these guys if it's an even number. Because if the total after the defense is an even number, because then you'll crack into the next level of brutal damage.
Then I'm going to do 3. Terrifying.
Yeah.
Tiny little kid staring over the edge of a world ball coming at you. That also gives me
It's a draw as well.
yeah. Let's see. 4. Blur of motion. Coming at him fast. And then let's see where we're at.
Oh, you drew. I think you draw 2 on Blur of Motion, because it's a 2
Oh yeah.
and a well designed. Keith Baker, thank you very much for that one. The Blur of Motion card gives you a draw of 2. Yeah, that makes sense.
So 3, 6. Misspent Youth.
No.
I did this once.
Oh,
I did this once. When
I'll
I
buy
was
it.
a
I'll
kid.
buy it. You can have it. You can have it. You
chased by
when you
some,
were a kid,
kids
you'd
and-
skated a wheelbarrow through a
Whatever.
bunch of zombies. Sure.
Have we not all done
Yeah,
that?
I mean, why not?
Is that how you died?
Tune in a couple of games from now to find out.
So I'm at 11, and I'm burning these 2 sparks off from percussive strikes for 15.
15? All right. So -1 from their defense, that's 14, which we decided divided by 3 is
3 point or
Yeah,
point
is gonna be
4
5.
point whatever.
Thanks for being the
doesn't
math
matter.
buddy,
2,
by the
3,
way.
4, 5. All right. You guys are really weighing them down. Let's see. That was your action. They had just attacked than you, so we got 1 more of you before they attack again.
It's my turn.
Go for it.
So that defense spread kind of screwed me up a little bit. But I'm going to do what I can with an attack because I have the bonus of my wounds. Also, I'm going to use, since I'm not using an environment, use my Grim Claw, which is my talon. But at this point, I'm fucked up enough that the axe has sort of disappeared and I suddenly have much longer, nastier claws
All
with
right.
which to tear them apart.
I feel like you need your axe like on a wristband or something.
I don't think that I need that. So that gives me 6 and then another 3 for 9.
All right, so that's 9 damage. All right, so that's going to be. And what does Grimclaw give you specifically?
It's a +2 attack.
All right, what does its back say?
Well, I have to take a wound to flip the card,
Okay.
and then I get a +4 attack.
Oh, I get it.
But I would not like to take a wound right now.
I think the way that. Read that text to me.
You may take 1 wound to flip this card.
Oh, you take the wound. Okay, weird.
Yeah,
You'd think
like
that-
I guess I cut myself and then
Yeah.
I flip it, which I don't really understand the mechanics.
I'm
of
just saying
that.
you get more for your version of this. You just get more beast. You let it take over a little bit, which like cracks bones on the way
Yeah.
to
I'm cool with that.
So that's still. So what was the total there? 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Okay, so -1 is 8. 8 is 1,
Is it- so
and then
it's
another.
Worth burning a spark to go ahead and get
If
another
you can
guy
give me
out.
1 more spark, you'll take take another level off them?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
It's that time.
All right.
It's spark o'clock.
You have no idea. All right, so
Oh, great. Thank you for that. I feel awesome now.
as you move closer to, so you're beating them off, you're knocking them off the building. You're killing them. They're lighting on fire. They took another wound from that too. Forgot. They're on fear, and they're falling away. But eventually, one of the chanters just sort of like drops of her own accord. Like just full on just drops on the ground. And Mike will say, because this tends to be you, when you're like battling towards that direction, she comes back, she sort of reanimates, and instead of like just like getting back up as a zombie, she just floats up as if like she's being hung on like a meat hook from the sky, and she's no longer chanting, but you can hear her whispering the chant. And this is a whisperer. I'm going to show what a whisperer looks like.
Not really.
It's a whisperer.
Swell.
And whisperers have all sorts of fun things going on, but most specifically they have a lot of different health levels, and what's happening is like a telekinetic field is like spinning around her, like as she levitates up. You can see like debris starts to sort of like slowly move around her and even as you're getting close, you can feel it pushing back on you, like she's being protected by a telekinetic field of some sort. And this is the sort of brain of the chanter mob, if you will.
And I will.
She's the one we've got to take out then.
Exactly.
Yep. Okay, so it is the chanter mob is still a threat, so be careful. Although it can only attack one of you a turn right now.
Sure. Okay.
Did you just take the torch?
I did. Yes.
Go for it.
So Ink, seeing this, even makes better on his retreat from the chanter mob. And as she's levitating up in the air, he actually takes his stylus out and does a couple of quick brush strokes, almost like ladder rungs, so he can get up on her level.
Okay.
And then he kind of observes her for a second and says, "What are you?" And starts scribbling something furiously in the air to try and counteract what she's doing. So my attack spread is 7, and then Dream Shadow gives me a +2. So
This
that's
is against the
9.
Whisperer?
The Whisperer, yes.
Okay, so that's 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. And I can burn some sparks if we think that's...
You might want to. She's a defensive 6.
Okay.
So that's going to be a total of...
I'm going to burn 3 to bring it up to 12.
Be up to 12. Okay, so 12 minus 6 is 6. That's still only going to be 4. Why don't you keep 2 sparks?
Okay.
So you take 1 health level off her. Good for you.
Okay.
And basically, this like indicates like you managed to get 1 little bit of your damage through. Everything else, including like the mystical inky powers, is like being like ribbons back behind you from the telekinetic field around the Whisperer. Sorry, you take 1. When the Whisperer comes into being, it targets you with a piercing whisper, which sort of basically places the chant in your head. So you hear the chant like for the first time in a way that like has an effect on you, and just add that to your discard pile. And when you draw that, let me know it, and we'll
see.
Oh
now,
boy!
Now I'm thinking Careless Whisper, which makes me think of Sexy Sax Man, which is what the chant is now in my head.
Okay, that's kind of brilliant.
It's hard to get that shit out of your head. Exactly.
Is there a Sexy Sax soundboard we can get available?
Or like a depressing Sexy Sax soundboard.
The chanter mob's gonna go again here.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Wait.
Did you defend against the chanter mob and not take damage last turn?
No.
No, you didn't.
No, I did. Yes,
then-
but I didn't go hidden.
Oh, you didn't go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't think about it, and I'm not going to retcon that.
You
Okay,
were
cool.
able to defend.
All right, so the chanter mob is up. It is going to make 1 attack, rank 10, against Mike, because it's trying to protect the Whisperer. So.
I'm going to cash in my draw.
Okay.
See if I can get another grace card up in here. No, I didn't.
At least you'll have it for your attack next turn.
Exactly. 9, you say?
It's 10. And the way it works with this is if you can get it down to 9, then you'll take 2 damage. Take 1 damage. If you don't, you're just going to take 2 damage no matter what.
The best I can do is 7.
7?
Yep.
All right, so 10 minus 7 is 3 times 2 is 6, max 4, so you're going to take 2 wounds.
All right. So, yeah, some chunks of debris or something.
Yeah.
Like literally.
No, these are the Chanters.
Oh, the Chanters, so they're like
you're
grabbing up at me.
They're like
and
pulling you back down.
Ugh.
But they can only affect one of you at a turn right now. Okay, do you have the torch?
I do.
Okay.
I'm stressing out over here because I've got 3 trait cards. I can't even make an attack spread. So I'm thinking I probably hit over behind this decorative shrub and I'm just like punching them as they come pretty much. That's the best I can. And
So you're going to switch into...
And I'm going to use killer instincts to just like, I'm just really going at them because it's all I can do right now.
All right, so let's imagine which of these you're going to pick. You can
I
attack with Shining Mirror
Oh, I can?
because it's Grace.
Oh, blessed. Okay.
Oh, this is great because this gives you brutal damage too.
Yeah.
All right.
So if you attack with this, so that doesn't count. That's a draw because you're using it. So
Cool.
go ahead and make a draw.
Oh. All right. Just one?
Yep.
Okay.
And you can still
Oh,
make a
good.
spread of 3 more Grace cards into this attack.
They're all traits.
Still keep using it except for
okay.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
okay.
mean, if you can justify the traits, then do.
Ah.
Oh, sorry. And actually, they're one
then
wound
my-
less because they're more fear.
Oh, sweet. And
Careless Whisperer and Fear.
am I getting to draw for the shrubs?
Yep.
Oh, thanks. Was that what that one draw was, or do I still have that in me?
Because you used the trait.
Okay.
You drew from the trait. So
All right,
now you're drawing from the
so,
shrubs. So again, you have 3 more cards to add to the spread.
Okay.
A shrubbery.
That's nice.
You offer it to her and hope that it
Yeah.
pleases her.
Is this what you were looking for? No.
I can't, in good conscience, use my traits in this other than the killer instinct. So, 3, 4, 5, 6 on my attack spread, and I'm going to. Ooh.
Oh, nice. All right, so that get ready on that for whenever they draw their affliction card.
And that's the chorus of the chant is,
Yeah.
and they shall never dance again. Their feet have no rhythm.
So that's just how that goes because this is a defensive ability. But remember, you have this now if you get attacked again.
Okay.
So that is a total of. Well, that one, we can do it this way, because that one's a 1, so that one gets rid of their defense, because they are currently exposed. And then you do 3, 4, 5, 6 brutal damage to them, which is nice. So we're going to go 1, 2.
I had something in me, thank God.
Very nice, very well done.
Maybe they're not punches and they're actually like blasts of.
So you're just like hiding behind the shrub going and you're knocking them down because you can attack at range as well.
Yes.
And don't forget your +2 to defense.
It's new. Okay, that's right. I was looking at that.
It's new.
I was so like worried about like I can't do anything. I was like, I can't.
Yeah, but that
All right,
+2
cool.
defense it sticks around. Did you add your
That's
+2 to
just
your
range.
attack last turn? Okay, good. Make sure
Do
you're
you want
using.
the torch next to me?
Well, the Whisperer is going to attack now.
No. Do you want the torch next to me?
Who wants the torch?
Yeah, I'm only going to be able to attack the crowd, so.
Okay.
Got,
This is gonna be fun.
1, 2. All right, it's you then, yes.
It will be after
Okay.
whatever crap is about to happen.
All right.
All right.
For you.
Okay.
I never
Mike,
got
this
you
is
nothing.
you're gonna get both of these.
Oh.
One is you can't block this at all, so don't bother. You get the Whisperer like grabs you and pulls you up into the air,
Okay.
and you're sort of like constricted. Reduce all of your spreads that are attack or defense spreads. What says all spreads the victim makes are reduced by 1. Going forward. However, if it's like an intellect spread to think, I'll give it to you because you're
So is
shrouded.
that's -1 card?
-1 card available per spread going forwed. Yeah.
One question though,
yeah.
when she attacked the crowd, you did count in the exposed bonus, right?
Yes, I
Or-
did.
Okay, just make sure.
So that said, it is also going to try and piercing whisper you. So this is an all or nothing defense 10. If you can defend against 10, then do. Otherwise, you're going to take an affliction. All right, here you go. So you take a wound in that.
All right.
And put that in your discard. Okay, so the Whisperer is done. We're not going to see it. The Whisperer's got a speed of 2, so we're going to see it every 2 of you. So the Whisperer won't go again for 2 more.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead, whoever has the torch.
That would be me.
All right, so the Chanter Mob is pretty beat up, but the Whisperer is pretty well together.
And I think that's where I'm going to focus, since
Okay.
I tend to be a little more smashy. So I'm going to go ahead and go after it, and I'm going to use with my claws. So I'm going to use crude but effective.
Okay.
Which I think is pretty obvious.
Yeah.
I mean, if you'd like me to justify it, I can give you
No.
great details.
I mean, you're not. I don't think. What I think this means is that you're not like trying to get between the telekinetic debris. You're just going like, do it.
All right, so I'm going to use that. I'm going to use, so that's 5. And then finish out my, I use this as a strength card, and I have Grim Claws, so that's, let's see, that is 5, 10, 15, 18.
18. Okay. 18 minus 6 is
13.
13.
12. Yes, that.
12. Okay. So that is, well, let's see, 6. It's 10. If it was brutal, you'd take another 1, but it's not. So that's it. You take 2 health levels off her, though, which is not bad.
Yep. And that is, oh, and I could actually have drawn another card because I played
Do.
that. So I'm going to pull that and see if I can hit her again, but I probably can't. Nope. It was a nice thought, though. So.
Okay. Draw up to,
Yeah.
okay.
Haha, I don't have to mix in the affliction card yet, haha. No.
Channers are going to attack. They're going to attack you.
Ah,
They're going to attack you with an attack of 11.
okay. Okay.
Remember with your,
So I can use, because I was still on this, right? But
no, you're on this. You use this.
okay. That's what I would have. All right.
So they're going to take damage for every wound you take if it happens. But they're attacking you, so here's a go. What do you got?
All right.
Oh, and they're going to lose a health level right off the top from being on fear.
Okay.
Being
Fear is a powerful drug.
Yeah, they're on fear. And they're also not smart enough to put themselves out, so they're not going to, they're just going to keep being on fear until they are deared.
All right. So they're attacking me.
I like this card.
I'm gonna take a little bit of it so that I can send it right back on them.
Okay. So it's 11. What are you defending? What do you have for defense?
I'm just gonna do, because I only get 1 defense right now anyway, so I'm gonna do 4.
5, 6.
Oh yes. Okay.
So 6, so 11 minus 6
knew
is
that.
5, but 5 times, it ends up being 2 wounds. So take 2 wounds, but that gives them 4 points of brutal damage back. So that
Yeah.
knocks off their last 2, 2 of their last. They have 1 left, so the Chanter Mob is barely up. All right, go ahead.
It's probably some adorable little girl or something.
That
right?
said, the Whisperer will attack next. So be careful. So after Chant's turn is the Whisperer. Whisperer.
Well, then I'm going to go right up and snap that little girl's neck.
All right, you got to do a lot of damage here. What do you got?
I've got 5.
What's that?
5?
5 damage or 5 total?
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't make it through its defense.
What?
No, he
No,
means
the-
the last
Oh,
Chant.
oh, that one?
Right.
Yeah, it's gone.
That's okay.
Bye bye.
Whew.
Okay.
And then I'm sure the silence is deafening and it's weird.
The Whisperer is still up. It is going to, let's see here. All right, so it is going to, well, you are going to take 1 wound from the telekinetic grab. And then it is going to try and piercing whisper you. So this is a defense of 10. You either make it or you don't. If you get a 10, nothing happens. If you don't, you're going to take a wound and a chant.
But, don't feel so bad because normal people would have been dead many, many times over
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you've just basically killed 50 supernatural people.
Sure.
7, and
Figure in
I'm
their eyes.
burning 3 to take it up to 10.
Can on defense.
I can on defense.
No.
God damn it. Let's see. Then will it help? Let's see.
Do you have a trait you can burn?
I got no traits.
Or can you do anything to help him with that?
Yeah, I can add to your spread.
If you can do
I
3
think
more.
I can always. I know I can just discard a card to. Oh, and I'm going to use Savior actually. I can add 5 to your spread with Savior, so I'm going to do that.
Okay. So discard that.
Yeah.
All right, so you make it, so you're fine.
That's not a melee attack though.
No, it was a like mind attack. Mind quad. All right, so good. All right, so the Whisperer's done. The Chanter's dead. We have 2 more rounds until the Whisperer's back up. Who wants the torch?
I do.
Okay.
So even though she's got him under a telekinetic grasp, Ink is muttering under his breath and he's doing his inky thing on the air. So even though I'm reduced by 1 card, I can only use 1 card for the spread. That's a 4 plus 2 to attack. And then I'm actually going to burn 6 sparks
Okay.
to take off a health level.
Okay. Boom.
And then you...
Wait, 4 plus 2. You don't need to burn 6 sparks to hit a 6.
Well, but I mean, so that's 6
Oh yeah,
there.
you're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
Okay. So boom, and you.
And then he does that kind of 11 nosebleed thing. You know?
Very nice.
Topical.
All right. So there's 1 health level down. Who has 2 health levels left in them? Or who has 2 health levels off before she gets sacked again?
I don't know if I can do 2, but I can give it my best shot because I hit hard.
Go for it.
Here, you can have that back.
Hey,
I
thanks.
don't want it. Okay, let's see what I can do here. So I automatically have 5 right now between wounds and Grimclaw. So I'm going to go ahead and throw in another 7, and I'm going to use this as well. So it's 14. It's not enough to take off.
However, Ink's muttering under his breath. He's like, "No, you have to hit her here." And I'm adding +3. We've seen this before,
All right.
just from observation.
Okay. So what's the total? We need to hit 18 to take her out in 1 shot.
Okay.
And I can add in on that if need be.
So, help me out here. Let's make sure. Is this part of it?
Yes.
So how much does this add?
3.
So that's another 3. So I've got 5. Another 6. It's 16, 18. That's over 18.
Is it over 18? Is it? Wait. So it's 6 plus 4 is 10.
12.
11, 12 plus 5 is
17.
17. So if you burn a spark on it, you've got her.
Duh.
All right. So what does this look like? So the thing is like hanging there, and like by this point now, there's like huge masonry chunks, like like shielding wise, like rotating around. Like she's pulling up pieces of things. The wheelbarrow is like tumbling around, and of course Mike is there too, being like crushed slowly.
Yeah.
And you do what? And,
So-
and you hear him say like, "Get her there! Rip
right.
her apart!
So I'm going to.
Her body is her weak spot."
So I'm pretty V-shield at this point. I'm going to lunge up in between the stuff that's flying at her, but I'm going to snag her by the ankles and fling her into one of the pieces of masonry that's flying around. Just smack her back and forth a couple of times between them.
Nice. All right, really nice. Well, you're beating her around like a rag doll, and then eventually she goes down. But you don't necessarily really know because she was kind of a limp rag to begin with, so you just basically beat the body into like a thin paste.
Yes.
Hold on 1 second here. Let me double check one rules element, and then we're gonna move forward.
And then as soon as her power kind of ebbs, I drop to the floor in a heap. And I just kind of reach up and I'm like,
You're okay.
Well, I couldn't have you die again because I don't want you back in my head. Thank you very much.
it was a very interesting place to have been for a moment or two.
Believe me, it wasn't enjoyable for either of us.
Okay, hold on. So you can feel free to continue that wonderful.
I mean, the beast inside you, it's so strong. I don't think you even realize how strong it is.
I get to use it, and that's all I care about.
I'm grateful for it. I'm concerned.
Look, I didn't invite you into my head.
I'm very sorry. And then he walks away emo-ly.
Hashtag emo-ly.
Okay. So what we're going to do, so that the rest of this adventure is not a slow descent to your own death, is say that like this happened at dusk, basically, or this happened at night to make it even scarier. So like you were having this fight at night, and the one wonderful thing that like sort of makes all of your days is that at the very end of this fight, like you're beating the Whisperer, like the masonry shards are falling down. Like one of them, like the wheelbarrow, like topples off the roof. You hear someone on the ground like, "Hey!" And then like the first light of dawn cracks over the horizon. So all of you can gain back twice your rank in sparks. So that is 4 for you. Wait, up to your total, of course. So yeah, you're fine, right? Because that's less than 12.
I need all
Yes.
4 of those.
So
Yes.
that's twice your rank in sparks.
Cool.
You want to give me a 5?
Yeah, I'll give you 5. Here you go. And you gain 1 health level.
I'll take it.
We don't. Our wounds are still there yet.
The 1 health level, so you go.
Okay, mostly. Okay. Oh God, I'm a mess.
That's all you got. So it might be a good idea to hand some to. Oh, do you need sparks?
Yes.
You need sparks. Here you go.
Give me
might
the
be a good
damn
idea
sparks!
for you between scenes to like grab some. Make sure. Well, I mean, you don't have much space for it, but like you're gonna have to start basically funneling wounds onto things to keep
right,
the
yeah.
phoenixes up. All right, so the light is breaking over the horizon, and you can feel the sort of energy of the phoenix fire invigorate you. But unfortunately, you can't bask in the sun for more than a second because your mission is still ahead of you, and you start walking down the stairwell into the building because you still have to find someone and save someone.
Dun, dun,
And
dun.
then we sort of fold back time further and further and further back, and we meet Ink as someone else.
So
when
the
they're
way
about to die.
I prefer to think, the way I prefer to think of this cut as you guys are starting to go down the stairs, Ink is on the edge of the building watching the sun come up, and one of you says, "Ink, are you coming?" And the camera comes in really close to his eye. And then next thing you know, it's panning back out on a young man that looks very much like Ink, who is sitting in this library lit by these really ornate oiled torches, and he's writing in a scroll, consulting another scroll. It looks like he's composing some sort of, basically what he's doing is he's writing an anthologized story about the city of Alona, or the area of Alona, which, you know, it's essentially ancient Rome or ancient Greece or something like that. And through a series of quick cuts, you see him accessing more and more things, and he comes across something that genuinely surprises him. So much so that this look of fear gets over his face, and you can kind of see off in the distance somebody step out of the shadows and then back into the shadows. And he bundles up his scroll and he makes his way out into the dark night of Alona, and he's walking along this like canal. He hears footsteps behind him, and he turns around. There's no one there. He walks a little further. He hears more footsteps. Turns around. There's no one there. And before he knows it, he's beset by a group of about 6 men about his age, very fine clothing, and they mutter something that the audience doesn't quite make out, but they all produce knives, and very Julius Caesar-like, they stab him a couple of times, and then one of them holds his neck back while the other slits it, and then they dump his body in the canal, and then they walk off into the night.
Okay, so we'll do another eye transition.
Was that what you wanted?
That's good.
Okay,
yeah. So we do another eye transition. We see you like slowly falling into the canal.
Yeah.
And we can see there's like one little bit of a spark of life in you yet, and we're sort of looking at your eye, and then we'll do like a reverse angle, and now we're seeing your perspective of the water as it basically boils around you into steam, which becomes fire, which becomes the gristle.
Right, and I see the ash of my flesh kind of go around me as the world goes dark, and then all too bright. And the next thing he knows, he is in this giant room of relics. I mean, it is infinite. You can't see the end of it. It's lit by this one very, very high up skylight, which when you look up to it, you can see just huge shelves of scrolls and books and just everything. And his first action is to say hello, which is met immediately with this very ominous, omnipresent shh. And through a series of trial and error, everything he says is met with this same shh. But he starts hearing footsteps, so he starts following the footsteps, and it leads him to a book, which is not unlike so now you're a phoenix, but something a lot more intelligent sounding. So pretend I said that. And
Guide to the Recently Deceased.
Exactly. Reads like stereo instructions. And basically, over the course of what he feels like is a few months, he reads up on the nature of what it means to be a phoenix and what the dread is kind of at its core and certain manifestations of it. And this knowledge has kind of supplanted the knowledge of his waking life, if you will. So when he emerges from the Imperial Fire, he pretty much doesn't remember anything about what happened before. And actually, as he's just about to emerge from the Imperial Flame in Pyre, he turns around and he does see a shadowy figure that's kind of nodding as he disintegrates and then reintegrates in the real world.
All right. So you so you're reintegrated again.
Yeah.
And then we sort of flash to you, cocksure and diving against the harrow of fear and being like, ha I've learned so much, and then he goes like, smash, and you're and then you're back in the crucible again. So what was it like the second time?
It seems like there's even more stuff there. It's like they added another room or something. And of course, I'm like, I need help on this one particular subject. And he follows the footsteps, and there's actually just like a shelf basically on new information on the dread. So he spends, again, what feels like a few weeks reading up on everything, specifically perhaps manifestations of the chant and how that's controlled. And then when it feels like it is time for him to reapparate, he does so, and again the shadowy figure appears and raises its hands to the sky, and then back.
All right. So you sort of materialize in the fire of the Great Imperial Flame and sort of fall out. This for whatever reason you're reintegrated after a phoenix death slightly more aggressively than when you came back. You sort of slowly faded in, you spun up slowly, one of those, sort of shaking things, shaked, desk tabs. And slowly coalesce before. This time you just sort of spin up like you've just been teleported there, like you normally would. And you sort of fall forward and you see the two of them are both there. You're all resurrected in the same moment. And it's sort of a, moment for the people there at mission control. Oh, hey, you're back. Cool. And then you go and you spend 2 weeks sort of, recuperating, training, whining and dining, whatever you want to do. They know that you are, all willing to die to keep the world together. So when you're off duty, you're allowed any pleasures that they can provide as well. You're allowed, even though your body no longer needs any sustenance at all, you don't sleep, you don't need to eat, but you're allowed to eat, you're allowed to do whatever you want. Phoenixes will keep company together if they so choose. And then 2 weeks later, the world's least happy sailing crew arrives at Pyre, and it's almost like they were, if they possibly could have, they would have brought you out like they brought the Velociraptor into Jurassic Park. They're done with having Eerie on board. You can see people are there's they're shaking. There's white hair amongst people. The captain has bandages where he tried to off himself and it didn't take. And they put you over. And then they sort of go have a very long conversation where they try and get out of Imperial service forever. And you, of course, have, at this point, fully recuperated. It's been 2 weeks full of dawns, so you're back up to full, and you're walking in, and, the three of you are there, and you sort of have a moment of greeting each other, which, if we had time today, I would roleplay too, but we're not going to.
Well met.
In the past, the Grand Eerie was the heart of the Empire. It was home to 1,000 phoenixes and hundreds of mortal soldiers, sages, and servants. The Shrouded maintain a vast library. The Devoted pioneered new healing techniques in an enormous infirmary. Durant commanders taught mortal soldiers in the drill yards. All these facilities have stood empty for centuries. At the moment, the area holds fewer than 100 people. The marshals, 2 wings of phoenixes at a time, and a few dozen mortals. The marshals are working to restore the area, but Dawn Command's resources are limited. As your wing comes together, you encounter Winter. Winter is the Shrouded Marshal and always appears without warning. Spymaster and Sage, Winter monitors the state of the Empire. When there's a mission that's not an emergency response, it usually comes from Winter. While you know that Winter is about 300 years old, she appears to be a Scavi woman in her early 20s. You immediately recognize her every time you see her, and yet you can't retain any details of her appearance as soon as you part ways. You're left with only a vague impression of a young woman wearing a mask that covers the lower half of her face. People say she can talk to birds and has a network of avian spies. According to one story, she was a warlock in her first life and used to bargain with the fallen folk. A less likely tale suggests she's not actually a phoenix, but rather one of the fallen bound to serve Dawn Command. So she's there, and she's sort of, again, she really does appear without warning. Like, you're all just like hanging out there, and she's like, good, you're back. I'm afraid there'll be no time for you to spend any of your, there'll be no downtime for you this mission, Eerie. I'm afraid we're going to have to send you out immediately. While it is not normally my way to deal with what could be considered emergency situations, I have something for you that's incredibly pressing. Join me near the Grand Imperial Pyre. As always, Winter appears without warning, and it's a simple task, but it's vital. You're going to the capital and you're bringing back a man named Eldan Diogenes. He's in a refugee camp there, a place called the Darhold. He's a scholar and healer who has been studying the Dread since it began. He has dealt with Skinchangers in the Grimwald, and he was in Mardenford when it fell to the Chant. We need his expertise here. He's been fighting the Dread in his own way, and we think he'll gladly come with you. If not, do what it takes to persuade him.
We will do just that, Marshal Winter.
And she sort of nods to all of you. And now this is this is a point where you can ask her all kinds of crazy questions if you like. And I will point out that for the purposes of story, or for the purposes of giving you a sort of an in, she mentions that he was in a place that had a chant problem, so you have a reason to talk about it, even though you haven't encountered chanters until, 10 days from now.
Sure.
So.
Sorry, no, you go.
The chant, can they be saved? Can they be restored?
As yet, no. From what we know, the chant, once it takes hold of someone, drives all of their life essence out and replaces it with the ectoplasmic form of the spirit itself. After a few hours of chanting, any creature simply no longer has the internal structures to maintain life. We think there might be a chance to cure one. If we all work together, we could drive the chant out of 1 or 2, but there's no way to deal with the chant in a larger way. But I should remind you, the chant has a specific range. We don't know why yet again, but from any chant outbreak, we're looking at about 40 miles. So if you can travel outside of 40 miles from the chant outbreak, if you take a chanter that far, they deanimate. The source needs to be within a certain range to keep them going. So if someone isn't affected by the chant fully and you brought them outside that level, you'd probably theoretically save them. But that's all things that we have to deal with. I mean, the destruction that happened at Mardenford was one of the worst things that ever happened to the Empire, and we're doing everything we can to prevent it ever happening again. Thankfully, that's not what we're dealing with now. We just need to go and get this guy before there's any problems.
You seem to indicate that he might be reticent to come with us. Why is that?
He's been doing his own thing for a long time, and he may be one of many who don't believe the Phoenixes actually exist. He simply has been doing what he can to survive, and as some of you may know from your first lives, if you're sort of stuck in that world, it can be hard sometimes to see outside forces as the way to a solution. You may have to do quite a bit to persuade him, or not. He could go with you eagerly. That said, we're trying to save the world here, so try to act like it. Let's not do anything unseemly to get him to come along.
Of course not.
I'll let you guys handle it.
Yes, perhaps it's best if we do the talking this time. All right.
I'm actually looking forward to using those skills. I haven't used my diplomacy yet.
We haven't
Exciting.
sent Phoenixes to this city for some time. if I could, I'd send the entire wing. Unfortunately, Kelvin and the Durance, to be named later, are off on a mission.
Calvin, of course.
They've done well, and they're returning now by boat, but we won't have them here in time, and I simply have to send you out. We've already arranged for the Imperial fire to be aligned to the flame in the nearest Eerie, so you should be, Eerie, so you should, so you should be able to head out as soon as you want to. On the other side, the Flamekeeper there will give you any more information you need. Any further questions?
What is the public opinion of Phoenixes where we're going?
Probably that they don't exist. Unfortunately, despite over 100 Phoenixes in operation for maybe several decades now, we haven't been there's a whole world out there for us to try and deal with. And even those who remember stories of having Phoenixes engage in their lives simply eventually convince themselves that it was exceptional mortals or whatever. The Civil War with the Empire way back in far distant memory has tarnished our opinion with some. I think that you'd be best to tread lightly, but you're a Phoenix wing. You should demand the respect that you have, and you should do what you can to get things done.
We will strike a balance between decorum and our mission, I believe.
Absolutely.
I say we do something dramatic.
As appropriate.
Yeah,
it
I'm
may-
with him.
Any more information I can tell you?
Does he live alone?
Well, he's in Darhold. Darhold is the Talu that used to control this area before it fell to the Empire and became Ilonan territory, made these fortress blocks. They were under constant siege, and so it was easier for them to live in these essentially fortified structures. So you might imagine it's a large columnal building, maybe 40 stories tall, that's roughly octagonal, and they're sort of sealed on all sides. You can only enter from the bottom or the top. This allowed them to sort of protect themselves from sieges, but also to maintain their sort of looser knit family households. Since the Talu were no longer with us, they remained unused for several generations until the refugees from Mardenford and other places have caused us to sort of open them up as refugee shelters. Being somewhat cut off from the surrounding area, some have fallen into slightly less than reputable status, but they are otherwise top shelf.
The
You should
structures themselves are well maintained, you're saying.
well, they should be. They were designed to last. They were designed to last a siege. They are, however, filled to the brim. You should imagine that there are hundreds of people in this location. Hopefully, your target has created something of a name for himself there as a healer, and you should be able to find him. We're hoping his reputation precedes him well enough for you to find him.
Doesn't anybody know how to build a fucking window in this world?
We're working on it. The
talk
technology
about it.
continues to elude us.
Yeah,
we'll
that
be able to
sounds
talk
more
about it.
trap than homestead to me.
I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure that we'll be
Clearly, we have our ways.
just fine.
Yeah, our ways worked really well last time.
We're still here, so.
All right, so unless you have any more questions, I'll send you out.
No, I'm sure
So-
there's something important I'm forgetting, but let's go.
All right. You pass through the Imperial Flame and you arrive in the Eerie in the capital. It's a sharp contrast. Impressive as it is, the Grand Eerie lay fallow for centuries and the marshes are still struggling to restore it. This Eerie has been maintained throughout the years, admittedly as a museum and curiosity. Still, it's the perfect area out of a storybook. Polished marble walls, bright banners, and a rack of weapons ready for your use. The Flamekeeper stands by the signaling candles waiting to assist you. This Flamekeeper's name is Idalia Parsa.
Not gonna remember that.
His name had a D, I believe. An old.
Idalia Parsa. And she's available for any information you might need. Otherwise, she can direct you simply to Darhold.
One more time, Eudokia.
Idalia Parsa.
Okay.
You recognize that as an Elonian, lower noble family.
Sure. Well met, Flame Master Parsa.
I haven't had phoenixes in a while. Oh, it's good to see you. I hope everything's still maintained. It's sort of an unusual treat to be able to bring people to a museum that is in their honor. You may have done some of the things written about on these walls.
Well, I, for one, certainly don't remember, but perhaps it's true, yes.
And it's wonderful to see you. Would you care to show us around?
Sure. And she brings you to a number of different sort of exhibits, and it's all in the art that we were
good,
familiar with from
sure.
the game. So it's like it's a Durant phoenix with like the arrows pointing at it in red, like, and it says like Phoenix has defended the population at Mordenflord or whatever, and then
I
there's
take out my flask and begin drinking as this tour is
she's
going
fine.
on.
She's had bitters before. There's like I feel like they should have like a like a place you drop off your kids. Like you can put her in the bitter activity zone. It's just like a bunch of punching bags.
This is a part of who you are. You need to embrace your heritage.
We'll catch you up if it's important.
I feel like by this time you should have at least a little inkling of who I am. Just like a little bit.
Better drink.
She
better
mentions
She'll do just that.
she gets chatting with you as you're going forward and says, well, things have been a little bit stressful around here, as you kind of imagine. With Mordenfold falling to the Chant has caused a lot of people to be very anxious, and it seems like the Dread really sort of has our entire army on the ropes. We're not really sure what's happening. There's a lot of mixed messages at this point. The capital is sort of closing its ranks. There's a lot of people who say things are fine. There's a lot of people who say that they're not. There's a feeling there's misinformation. And the faith in the Phoenixes that has maintained so many of us isn't shared by all. But, hopefully your mission here will do us well. I mean, we haven't had an actual in-capital mission in many years. So, they'll see you in action, bright in your shining golden armor, which is kind of great. Metal Demon, I see that. We'll take care of that in a sec. That'll appear in the next environment. All right, so... do you have any more questions for her, or questions about anything in the mission?
Is there anything we might use to help us get through to
Diogenes. I remember Diogenes.
Diogenes.
Oh, Eldon Diogenes?
Yes, that guy. Eldon.
I mean, no, it's actually a relatively short travel from here. You'll just have to, I'll draw you a map. She draws you a map for like how to get there through the city. You can pass right through regular city streets. It should be relatively easy. Once we converted those old buildings to refugee camps, there's certainly been a lot more activity there. You'll probably find street vendors and people hawking their wares outside. It's not exactly the nicest area of town, but now we're happy to have an additional population here, taking everyone we can. Eldon actually has sort of a reputation himself as quite a healer. There are people who travel from outside of the refugee quarter just to meet him there and gain healing or knowledge of the dread that he might be able to impart.
What do he heal?
He heals almost anything. I mean, he's immortal. He can only heal so much. I'm sure you can do much better. But as mortals go, he's really at the top of the very top of the ranks.
You got a kid?
Do I have any kids?
Does he have any kids?
Does he have any kids? Oh, I don't know. No, I mean, as far as I know, he was the only, well, he wasn't the only survivor, but he was the only survivor from his family when Mordenhold fell. So he's just been on his own, but he had a clinic there that was actually somewhat well-renowned. I mean, I don't hear anything that people who've come through the flame haven't told me. I haven't for the 100 years that I've been maintaining this flame, but I even heard his name before that, I think. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, there's a rack of weapons here and some packs, and we've got a water. I know you don't need water, but sometimes it's nice to have.
Know what, though? It would be good to take, if there's any healing supplies, to him as an offering.
And perhaps taking some of this water as a gesture of good faith for the Empire, for the Phoenixes, to help get the public more on our side. And let them know that we're there to help, not hurt.
We don't need them, but we can definitely distribute them.
Exactly.
Well, sure. Sorry. His was more in character. You were suddenly nice. It was very off-putting.
What's your angle?
They actually give you access to like some basically like loose sacks of healing supplies. None of it that will do you any good for your fellow phoenixes because you don't sort of have biology like that anymore. But it will definitely help you heal other people.
And I'd like to teach him a
50-pound
few
bag
things.
of aspirin.
Yeah. Giant bag o' aspirin. It just has like the aspirin logo on a sack. There you go. And then they also they give you they bring out like sort of like water in big jugs, which would be very difficult to carry if you weren't phoenixes. But you're just like, okay, yay! Like basically like huge barrels with like the bindings on them. And or you can like roll them down the street and walk and like dance on top of them if you so choose.
Just levitate them along.
Unless you need any more of her, she'll see you off. She walks you the like 2 miles she can travel outside of the Eerie. Eerie, damn your name, the Eerie, and then like parts. She can feel herself being tugged back to the flame. And it's like, okay, this is great. Just stop by through before you hit the boat's back if you want. And I'm always here. I mean, I'm always here. Bye. And she goes back and does her, polishes a bookcase. The streets of the capital are busy as always. Merchants hawk their wares, children shout and play, and citizens go through the motions of the day. But those of you who have been here before, if you have, you probably know because you were Alonin, right?
I was from Alonin.
You both know. There have been many changes in the last 2 years. Soldiers are everywhere, mostly recent recruits still uncomfortable in their armor. You expected the streets to be full of beggars and refugees, but there's actually seem to be fewer unfortunates than you remember from before. The holds, which Darhold is one, are massive structures capable of housing hundreds of civilians. They were built to serve as fortresses. The walls are thick stone, the windows narrow slits, and the only entrances fortified gates. You see Darhold up ahead. It's worn and weathered, and you see cracks in the upper walls, but it's holding together. Down on the streets around the hold, there's a commotion. The Imperial Army has barricaded the street, and soldiers are turning people back. Taking a step closer, you can see a force of soldiers moving around Darhold. They've sealed the gate and blocked off all adjacent streets. A number of strange contraptions are set against the walls of the hold. Brass tanks and leather hoses are held together in metal frames. The soldiers are clamping hoses in place, carefully checking gauges, and the mood is grim.
Nothing.
So, do you want to do any investigation here?
Yeah, as we get a little closer, Ink's going to kind of stop somebody and say, "What's going on at Darhold?"
Oh, didn't you hear? First off, he's like, what? Okay.
We serve the
I-
Empire. We mean you no harm.
I send him a soothing wave, and he just like makes him mellow out.
I just
All
kind
right.
of sneak to the back of the group and just stand kind of back
right.
from everyone.
You're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry.
Okay, we're gonna circle around to that. The rumor is that there's a Chant outbreak in there. It can't be possible. I mean, it can't get into the capital, right?
No, absolutely not. You're perfectly safe.
But I guess they have to, lock it off just for safety. Thankfully, I live in that hold, not that hold. So I'm going to go back and tell my family. We might actually move out into the countryside for a while. We have enough supplies to live for a few days.
There's no need to do that. The Empire will take care of its people. You should have faith in that.
If you fail this mission, these people are dead because of you.
Yep.
All right, so, what's that?
I'm idealistic.
I don't know if it's true yet, so I'm just going to let you.
Well, and you're probably
Manipulate
safer
me.
in the company of others than on your own at this point.
But you should be vigilant. Take care of your family. Take care of your people. Locking your doors might not be a bad idea.
All right.
But be calm about it.
Okay. Thank you,
Doesn't help to
strangers. And he didn't recognize what you were, but then as you get closer, you'd the occasionally he'd be like, "There are phoenixes here. Phoenixes are here," and make a perception spread. It's an intellect spread or a grace spread. Anyone who wants to make one to sort of judge the crowd. This is something that healing or diplomacy would work for this.
Observation
Observation would work for this.
Traveler.
Alright.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Alright.
And you can just make it in front of you for this one because we'll just see what you can do and then you'll draw back up.
Since I'm using one of my specialties, which is observation, I get +5. I'm using smartest person in the room, which is another +5, and then 2 more on top of that, so 14.
All right, great. Okay. By the way, if you draw your chance, if you have the affliction on you, don't count it because you don't actually have it yet.
Right.
And our health is normal
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, and your health is full.
I'm wondering if I can do it off a skill specialty fear because of the tenor of everything going
Very
on
much
around
so.
us. So I'm going to go ahead and use that, so +5 and then 7.
Okay.
13.
13.
12.
I have 5 diplomacy and 8.
Okay. All right. So what is yours and what skill do you
Wait a
use?
minute,
You use
spread of 3?
three for skill spreads.
14 for observation.
Okay. You notice that like a lot of people seem to be like filled with positive energy when they know that their phoenix is present. There are like people who believe who are like very much sort of put at ease by you being there. But you also notice that like there are other people who like no, phoenixes aren't a thing. Like who are these assholes? And the majority of the people who don't seem to be down are soldiers. These are like this is the Imperial garrison for the capital, so these aren't like soldiers that have been working alongside phoenixes. And you can tell that like they have a sour opinion of phoenixes or don't believe they exist. And so the idea that phoenixes are here is definitely bad news for them. What did you get and from what skill?
13 diplomacy.
All right, you can see that there's a sort of tenuous hold here between like the people and the military because everyone around here are refugees and like this military incursion is a little bit too much for them. So they're about to break. Like the military isn't doing anything wrong necessarily. I mean, they're holding this building. Well, we will know in a little while that the military is very right to think there are chanters in there. But right now, the military is not doing anything that isn't within their power. But you can tell everyone's really stressed out. What'd you get and for what?
15, and I'm kind of looking for. You're saying the place seems a lot nicer than it was a couple years ago.
Well, it's both nicer and less populated.
Yeah, I because he's sort of used to be kind of underclass. He's looking to see if the streets have been cleaned up, or if if in a good way or a bad way. And just seeing how normal people, poor people, are seeing the situation.
It looks to you like that it's not so much that like the area has been gentrified so much as most of the activity of life has been pushed into the holds, which on the surface might seem like a great move, but may be to sort of stuff these problems out of sight. Because once you're in the hold, there's really no way people can understand like what's going on. The holds could be in fact, the hold that you're looking at right now could be like an absolute chaos inside and no one would know. So like this is kind of a way to shut up the refugees is by literally shutting them up in these giant facilities that are like self-sustaining, and yay for them, and they have nowhere else to go, but also they don't have to mix with the regular population of the city. And what'd you get?
A 12, and I was basing it off of fear.
You notice that the people attendant of those like big brass machines I described earlier seem like they're really uncomfortable and like they're whatever these brass machines are, they clearly find them dangerous. But you think it's probably more likely that they also think that they're they're afraid to use them.
Okay.
All right, and does anyone want to make any specific spreads about anything that you're seeing here? Do you want to examine the machines? Do you want to examine the military?
Well, since I noticed the machines, I'm actually going to look over at Ink and be like, the machines that they have over there, they're afraid to use them, but they keep working at them. We need to figure out what these do.
Well, I think perhaps it's time we introduced ourselves.
Okay. So you're heading towards the sort of front of the garrison. You're sort of walking, floor across. Again, like there are people like running out, being like, "Yay! Like go Dawn Command!" And like other people,
Ghostbusters!
like people like parting ways and whatnot. And like very quickly, you get like a sort of like loose military escort, where like soldiers who you're sort of passing by like start marching alongside you. And it's not really clear whether they're doing so to like make sure that they can like keep people out of your way, or like possibly if you guys turned out to be bad, like they could all draw down on you. And they eventually bring you up to like the sort of main gates of the area. After a time, like they, we'll skip the like, this is who we are, blah blah blah. You let them know that your phoenixes.
Well met, we are from Dawn Command.
They eventually
Varya.
a soldier comes out This is Pardis. Pardis comes out to you and says, like, I've been asked to take you into that building so that we might have a discussion. If we can try and be more as discreet as we can. The military doesn't want to be seen currently in engaging with Phoenixes on this matter. We're trying to make it seem like nothing's terribly wrong.
Thank you for seeing us.
All right, so Pardis takes you in. You can tell he's a bit of a fanboy. Like, he likes Phoenixes.
He has all my trading cards.
Yeah. They look like this.
Slight foxing on the edges.
Yeah. They're very good condition.
He's in charge of one of the larger legions here. He's not a commander. He's sort of like a sergeant, the equivalent thereof. And then inside this room is also, he introduces you to the captain, Captain Stefan Ducasse. Ducasse is a Lonin, but he has Scavi blood, so he's a little bit more darker skinned. And he is in his mid-30s, sort of graying about the temples. You can make an intellect spread. You may have heard about him.
Yeah. I can't make much of an intellect spread.
All right. Well, you can try, and then you'll draw back up at least.
All right. If only he was an object. No, because
Maybe we can flip around Thought Coil here.
Yeah.
4?
4? Okay. No, but you're definitely sure that, like, you've heard about this guy. And then finally in here is another woman who introduced herself as Vesta, and you can recognize her uniform as being part of the Imperial Combat Engineers. So she's got, like, like gear wrenches and things, like, on a vest. And they're all sort of the only people in the room, and after Pardis brings you in, like, the doors are shut behind you. It's starting to get late, and it's getting dark, and, like, they're, like, lighting gas lamps, or not the gas lamps, like oil lamps in here. All right, well, we knew it was about to happen, or eventually going to happen. It looks like the Dawn Command wants to be involved in city business. What can I do for the 4 of you?
I suppose the question is, what can we do for you?
Well, I've been around in this profession for far too long to think that the Phoenixes are ever dispatched to simply see what needs to be done. That said, you can see we've buttoned up the building here. The hold is off limits. We believe there's a Chant outbreak in there. It's hard to believe, but somehow it got here. Got all the way into the city. It didn't come in from the outside. We heard reports that there were chanters in the building. People on the lower floors were able to get out before they were infected. We sealed it off immediately, and we've been sort of bringing things up from here on out. At this point, we're not we can definitely hear the chanting when we get close to the walls. It's a confirmed outbreak. We're basically in a situation where we're going to try and maintain containment until we can take another step.
Do you have an approximation of how many people are inside currently?
Well, technically speaking, we resettled something around 200 people there. And then Vesta chimes in. That was 200 families. 200 individual families, which means it can go anywhere from 200 to 600. Now, he is right to say the building was made to handle 200 individuals, so it's already overcrowded, which is probably why the chant wasn't able to be stopped on one of the individual floors. Even with the various interior walls erected and the gates locked, there's really no way to stop anyone from going one way or another. Plus, the upper floors of this building have been off limits since we reopened it because they're not structurally sound.
This machinery out there, what's its purpose?
The captain sort of looks at both of them, and Pardis chimes in. There's no reason we can't tell them. These are brass dragons. You all know what brass dragons are because you know that they are illegal weapons of war. Like they're like Geneva Convention breaking weapons of like treaty violating weapons of war. But you don't know any more than that without an intellect spread. So
hashtag mission accomplished.
Does anyone want to make an intellect spread here?
I've only got grace.
I can make one.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know. I was out in the dream.
And if you have thought coil on the other side, don't you get pluses to your spread in your?
I can add it to a skill spread, yes.
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
No mistake, I am very grateful to have grace.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay, I am using.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to pay me for this. You still use the benefit.
Okay.
You would burn 1 spark.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah. It's 2 to flip it, 1 to use it.
Okay.
So here, yeah. So you can use that.
Oh, so I'm not just. Okay. Cool. So.
Oh, actually, you know what? Don't, because this is your final spark total after the battle on the roof.
Oh,
so
okay.
this doesn't actually change.
Cool. All right.
So what do you got?
So I've got 6 intellect, and I get to add 5 to that. That's 11. And yeah, that's what I can do.
Okay. Brass dragons were siege weapons or sort of weapons of mass destruction used in the Civil War, which was the war in which the Imperium, which is now sort of family with the Phoenixes, fought the Phoenixes sort of as like when the Phoenixes started coming back, there was like a fear that they would be a threat to the power of the Imperium, and so they basically butted heads for a while. Obviously, the more you fight Phoenixes, every time they die, they come back the next day better. So the Phoenixes were able to sort of, once the Phoenix had started, people were dying on the Imperial side and being resurrected as a new wing, into the new wings of Phoenixes. So the Imperium was basically fighting a losing battle from the beginning. So eventually they started doing like really nasty shit. And these things basically fill like a field, like a football field with Greek fire, essentially. So having them mounted on this building, they're basically gonna spout, it'll fill the whole building with lava, let's essentially say.
So you're gonna burn them all, huh?
Where's Dukas? That is unfortunately the situation we've been left with. We have no way of stopping this, and if they break out, which they eventually will, then they'll infect the entire city, and this will be an entire city in the capital lost to this chant, and then who knows how far it can go. We don't even know exactly how it spreads. We think it spreads from hearing it, but for all we know, if they're in there, they're going to start turning people on the outside.
Well, this sounds far more immediate than our healer.
What healer?
Diogenes.
Oh. Well, he's in there. We certainly have confirmation on that. Some of the people who are heading out, he's become a bit of a folk hero there. They've been asking us to try and send a wing in to save him. Not a wing, they don't have wings. A legion in to save him. But unfortunately, we can't. We simply can't. Our soldiers move up against this force and get converted all instantaneously. They either die or turn back against us. There's no way we can send human soldiers in there under any circumstances. And I'm not entirely sure I believe any of you are safe to go in there either.
Well, you have to give us a chance because this final option is insane.
Listen, what are the other options we have? Let the entire town die or let this place die?
Let us have a chance first. If we can break through it, fine, awesome. If we can't, then use your weapons and have a great time at it.
Well, what does that look like? We send you in there and then an hour from now we kind of hope that you're still alive? Or do you come out and say, we failed, and then we can do it? Does one of them make it out the door and start chanting into one of our alleyways before we get a chance to press the trigger? There's no way I'm going to give you any more than an hour on this or more.
You need to trust us with this.
Make it
All
spread.
right.
Oh, no, don't.
Ah.
Convince me. What do you got? Why do they have to spread? Why?
All right. First, the fact that we're here means a lot, and that the Phoenixes come back means a lot. You have this final option if nothing else works. Let us do this.
Pardis sort of comes over to him and is like, we have to let them try. If there's any way we can do that, think of what will happen to the capital if we burn these people, let alone if they get out. We either have a political nightmare or an actual nightmare, and either way, lots of people are going to die. We have to do everything we can to make this better. And Dukas is like, no, we have to pull the trigger now and be done with it. Vesta.
This final option is going to destroy any credibility you have with this town because they are only going to believe that the only option that the people here protecting them have is to blow them up if something goes wrong. Is that really what you want?
Vesta chimes in. Listen, I appreciate that containment is a big part of this, and we're concerned that some of them might get out. And the last thing any of you in this room need to hear is about the continued effectiveness of the brass dragons. But I think as they're currently designed and in their current settings, we could be in a situation where we could give them some time, and if it appeared that an outbreak was happening, if they were breaking out of the building, we could still catch them all in the eventual attack. The operators of the Brass Dragons, myself included, may not survive, but if we set these things to full power and turn them on, everything within 100 feet of the building and the building will go up. That's enough to guarantee you at least a little more time. But it's certainly not an option that I want to have happen because it ends with me dead.
I'm not clever enough to come up with it right now. So Ink asks the military commander, what's his name again? Sorry.
It's Stefan Ducasse. It's 2 words. Stefan Ducasse. No, he's not. Stefan Ducasse.
Stefan Ducasse. I don't know. That's a very good fantasy name. Do you remember the Battle of
Yeah.
in history where the attacking force beset their quarry on both sides, and both sides eventually overtook their quarry?
So you're trying to say that if you go in from the top and they go in from the bottom, something, okay.
And he says it much more poetically than that, and
All right.
gives quotes from the battle and so on and so forth. But basically he's like, yeah, we'll go up top, you guys take the bottom, and if it looks like things are going south, pull the trigger.
All right, well, let's do it this way. You make a good point. You make an excellent point. Listen, I got this job because I do what it takes. And I'm certainly not going to spit in the face of those who put me here by not being the one willing to do what it takes in the moment that it needs to be done and letting this outbreak get out into the city. So I won't call off my dogs, but I will hold them back. Vesta, how long until you're ready? About an hour. All right, well, you have at least an hour. Now, how long do you think you need? Mind you, you're going to have to go in up top. So calculate how long it's going to take you to get up there first.
I'm not sure scaling a building is going to take us that long.
True.
I have an idea. And then Ink pops outside and starts doing the ladder rung thing, basically.
All right, so how long do you want to push for?
2? Can we do 2 hours?
You need to give us at least 2.
How tall is this thing?
It's 70 feet up, so 7 stories.
Yeah. And you've already told us there's between 200 and 600 people, so good job with keeping records on how many people are in this building. You have to give us at least 2 to save these people.
Listen, I get you don't like me. You're not subtle. But I should point out here that I don't work for the Office of Records. I work for the military. I didn't settle these people. I was just assigned here. If you have problems with how the government's run, I encourage you to create another civil war by trying to tell the Imperium how to do its business.
Now, that wouldn't be necessary.
No, sorry. Tensions are high. Listen. I know people in this block. We all do. They've been living with us now for months. And I also know a lot of people from that town who are going to be judged as the people who brought the chant here if this goes down. If there's a way to solve this problem that doesn't involve us setting up a gigantic firecracker in the middle of town, I want to do it. You want 2 hours, I'll give you 3. But 3 hours from the moment you leave this, you start scaling that wall, we're pushing the button. I know apparently, according to what they tell me about you, that doesn't mean anything to you, but everyone else inside will be dead and it will count.
We're just as flammable as anybody else.
And if nothing else, it'll have bought you time. And that's worth a chance. Because we can hold them back more than just waiting here to destroy everyone will.
Also, and I point to our big-ass barrels of water and medical supplies, we brought these from our Eerie as a gesture of good faith to the people of the capital. If we leave them here, and those people emerged unscathed, I charge you with presenting them to them.
Deal. When this is all over, if we're all alive, we'll have another conversation. Until now, I'll give you a few minutes to get ready, and then I want you heading up that building, because we do not have time, and I certainly do not have any answers for anyone above me in the rank who wants me to pull the trigger before you get out. I can do everything I can to stall him. Vesta, do you think you can make sure that we have a problem, meaning the Brass Dragons can't fire for 3 hours? And Vesta takes a piece out of her thing and just drops it. It's like, well, I'm missing a critical piece. Perfect. Pardis is kind of still like, he goes, yay! I mean, go, okay, good, yay, good. And he sort of like shows you back out. And he goes like, all right, well, there's the building. There's nothing more we can do down here. We can tell you that we don't have any accurate maps of the interior of the building. That's not going to make your life any easier.
Nothing so far has.
But they will give you any supplies you need for the climb. So on top of your ability, they'll give you like ropes and tack and stuff like that. And so you climb up. There is actually a...
Before we go up, I turn to you specifically and say, I'm frightened.
You should be.
All right. This is a group grace spread, which I'm only going to make you do because we've never done a group spread before.
Hey,
so let's do it.
Guess who's got a fistful of grace? Coming to Fox this fall.
Oh, sorry. It is one spread for every 2 phoenixes. And the way it works is you contribute collectively towards... So we'll do it one side of the table or the other.
Okay.
So the 2 of you need to hit... It's difficulty 20. The only... Obviously, between the 2 of you with a full hand, there's no way you can really fail this. But if for some reason collectively you can't put a 3 spread together that doesn't get up to 20, then you're going to add time. That's the penalty.
So it's like taking 10?
No, well, basically,
right.
yeah.
It's adding 10. Okay.
So
gotcha.
it's like saying it just takes longer to climb than you thought, and as a result, you reach the roof later, which puts you back on time.
Okay, well, there's 10
So
for me.
Okay.
it's 3 total. That's the
Oh, okay. Here, have my 5.
Do we get to add?
Yeah, you can add appropriate skills.
Don't get them
And
lost,
I-
though.
Oh, right,
Other
right.
hands. Because that would probably end badly later.
Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way, because that way you'll have a physical
Right.
person in each one. So collectively, can the 2 of you in 3 cards get to...
Okay, I've got 2 and a 5.
Let's see. I've got.
So you'll use acrobatics, which will add 5 to this check.
And I can
right?
add
Cool.
one if I
Actually, I
need
have athletics.
to.
And I can use blur of motion
Yep.
as a talent.
Yeah, I'll take it as a trait.
Does small and quick help?
Yep.
Dag,
So you still have 1 card left in this spread, because her 2 count as the 2, and those count as nothing.
15.
You just need to add 5. Do you have a 5 or close to it?
If I use this, can I add 5 as
Oh,
a
sorry.
skill spread to?
I'm actually gonna give you. There's a 5-point bonus for impressing the soldiers, which you did. So their block and tackle is gonna count as 5. So did you hit 15?
Oh yeah.
Mission accomplished. Good.
All
You can
right.
go ahead and discard those cards. Draw back up again. Remember, you're still cycling the affliction because you don't have it yet.
Right.
What about you 2? What do you think?
All right, and you said we can use one of the skill specialties?
Yeah. If
I want to
yeah.
use athletics.
Perfect. Sounds good. So you just need 10 between the 2 of you
All right,
in
well,
3
I've got
cards.
4.
Okay.
That's the highest I have.
Okay. Great. All right, so you both make it up. Go ahead and discard those. Draw back up. In fact, actually, because we're basically going to end this scene and move on to the next one, go ahead and put all of your cards. Just go ahead and put all your cards in your discard, or shuffle all your cards together and start again.
Okay.
And you can discard a chant this one time with no problems. But then going forward now, you have the chant in you, and we'll see what happens the first time you draw one.
Gotcha.
Oh boy.
Hopefully you'll all have a chant in your hand, and you'll discard it, and then we'll have until you have to shuffle again to deal with it. But this will give us a little idea.
And somebody last week had a question about us counting cards. I'm not smart enough to do that. So.
Yeah, I can't. No,
Yeah.
I can hardly count numbers, let alone cards. I'm not here
Okay.
to be the smart one.
So you are at the top of Darhold. As you know, you got to the top. The chanters had spilled out onto the roof. You fought your way into the stairwell. We can actually just take 5 here if anyone needs to use the restroom or anything like that.
I wouldn't say no.
Do
I
that.
can do it
That
just
sounds like a
'cause
really
it was
awesome
Yeah.
thing.
Well, let's cycle it out. So, two
Yeah.
of you go, and then the other 2 can hang out here, and we'll chat with the chat room.
This end of the table here?
Yeah, go ahead. Tara and Chan, as youngish players to this game. Well, everyone is, because the game just came out like a month ago.
So I'm turning my mic off.
What do you think so far? What about it are you understanding? What are you struggling with? I'm interested.
see. So I really do like that as long as you kind of stay present to everything, it seems like what you want to do comes, like, because you actually do get there's a little bit of an adrenaline rush to be in the situation, kind of.
Yeah.
And usually, once the time comes, like what you want to do emerges, and that's kind of exciting to see what that is and just let that unfold. So that I'm enjoying. And still just trying to kind of get a sense of when you can use which things, which I pretty much do, but as you add cards too, there's like just trying to get a sense of how to best incorporate things. Because actually, as I've been playing more, you get a sense of like, okay, I really for today, I shouldn't have gone in so hard on that defense. Now I'm kind of screwed.
Yeah.
And this also learning, like, you know what? Because I kind of got excited about defending myself, and I realized, I could really use those wounds. So next time, maybe take that. So you start to strategize a little bit more once you get a sense of the way the cards work.
Well, what you look at too is like it's what I love about the cards in hand and how you draw is you can always story like why the timing was what it was. So it's like, okay, yeah, you spent so much of your like effort like defending yourself, like you're pushing stuff off that you don't have any more left to like do a total attack.
Yeah.
But if you want to just walk into somebody's spear while you're punching them, then you don't have to. Then you don't spend the cards, And so it's like everything you do takes an amount of like your sort of action, which is kind of cool. What do you think so far, Chant?
I'm a fan of it because I feel like there's not enough RPG elements in my card games and not enough card elements in my RPG games. And there's a really nice balance between the two. I'm also having a little fun because I feel like as we've played a little bit more, I've actually the character's death is becoming more clear to me now. As I start playing and just behaviors just sort of coming out. I'm like, oh well, yeah, obviously that's because like when he died, this happened. So I'm kind of looking forward to getting to that point.
It has an interesting thing too, where you can really like, if you're good with sort of card games, and like if you play Dominion a lot, for example, like you can really sort of figure out what you're doing with the various, like when you bring a card into your deck, when you draft a card in, and when you die, you're like, oh, I see how this has this great synergy. But the pool from which you can draw from is really not your choice. It kind of is. I mean, you can, if you really need to die for duty, at some point you can just be like, a chance to die for duty, and then like dive into the knives. But normally when you die because something went weird, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, if with that in mind, like you're always going to be drawing from a different school than you necessarily could predict. So like when I was building Kelvin, who is our elemental phoenix, and I'm looking at like all 7 levels of the elemental, and I'm like, oh, I'll pick this, and then I'll pick this, and I'll pick this, and then I'll pick, and I'm like, wait a second, he's not going to die an elemental death every time, all 7 levels up. You know what I mean? And like there's so many really cool abilities that fit within like where your characters start, but the game sort of forces you to take other schools' lessons and incorporate them into what you do. So,
I'm gonna hit that too.
Do it.
Yeah, you two want to hit the? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you guys a question, then I'm gonna go myself.
Okay.
Then we have to talk amongst ourselves.
Oh man.
Metal Demon, who donated for us to have another environmental object in the next fight, which is very nice. I like to ask how everyone got into these sorts of games, because I've never played D&D or any other tabletop game and got familiar with it through saving throw. So go ahead, you can start, Mike.
That's really interesting. It seems an odd thing to kind of just happen in a vacuum, but I'm glad that you found the hobby. I had a neighbor when I was about probably 11 or 12 who was into all the early TSR games, so D&D, Star Frontiers, Top Secret, which is kind of a cheesy James Bondish ripoff, but also fun. And then I was just off to the races. Like tabletop role playing really defined most of my adolescence. Like my freshman year of high school, every lunchtime was spent playing Rifts, which I've just recently started revisiting. Yeah, so it's, if you want crazy gonzo sci-fi, check out Rifts. And then I kind of stopped doing it for a while because I found theater. And then I found that more of the theater people that I met were into it, and especially living in Los Angeles in the past decade or so, it's just had sort of a renaissance, and I try and do it at least 2 or 3 times a week if I can. I hope that answers your question.
Gosh, I mean, I wanted to play it ever since I heard about it, probably around high school, but I didn't really have anybody that was into that at the school I went to. So I started out with Magic. So I was doing a lot of deck building with that, and it was something that was always kind of in the back of my head that I'd like to do eventually. I was also a drama student. It seemed like a really good way to sharpen improv skills by playing D&D. I eventually met my now husband, and he was always a D&D player, and a lot of his friends were, so they finally decided to run a game, and I'm like, yes, I'm in, I want in. I'd already been playing a lot of World of Warcraft, and I started with, a lot of people hate it, but I did start with 4th edition D&D, but it's so similar to how Warcraft works that it was a really easy jump in so that I could play other editions of the game more easily because of that.
When I was 7 years old, some older friends of mine were playing Dungeons & Dragons, totally want to play Dungeons & Dragons. They were playing it at one of the kids' birthday parties. They're like 2 years older than me and wanted nothing to do with me. So I rolled up a paladin, they made sure I got shitty stats, and at the beginning of the campaign, they had a mob tie me to an upside down cross and fling me off a cliff. And I kept asking, like, you guys catch up with me yet? I guess I'm just waiting here. You guys, is it my turn yet? And the entire night, I never got to play.
This explains so much.
Doesn't it, though? So I was actually into D&D, but, like, I didn't have anybody to play with, so I ended up mostly, like, just rolling up a bunch of characters that I never got to play with anybody.
Well, that's what you do with most role-playing games anyway.
Yeah. Got into the Palladium a lot through like it was Robotech first, then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ninjas and Super Spies, and then Heroes Unlimited, and then eventually I got around to Rifts a little bit, and then basically kind of bailed for a long time. Started playing Magic.
We went backwards.
Magic is what got me into comedy, and then I just played a lot
Magic
of.
got you into comedy?
Yeah, I used to play at
the
an old
story.
coffee shop where a guy just did comedy sports. So we started playing. I was like, hey, you'd be pretty good doing this. And then I started doing that.
Pull it off.
And then, yeah, just played a lot of board games, and here I am today.
So the question from Metal Demon is, how did you get into tabletop role-playing and such?
Oh, okay. Hi, total noob. I mean, I've played a little bit. I do remember really fondly
is
back in high school,
terrible,
like
dude.
going into my comic shop and seeing the little section where everybody
work
was
well for this bottle,
playing,
does it?
you know, the tabletop stuff, and I was like, what is that about? And having a lot of friends who were into, like, you know, Magic the Gathering.
Yep.
And
here
I think
for
I
you.
finally, like, way back, I've been so curious about it for so long, which is part of why I'm here now. I've just wanted to play it more. I played some Talisman back several
Talisman's
years,
good.
which was really fun, and I'm really bummed that we haven't played it more. We've been sitting on a box of Netrunner forever.
Oh, man.
Really? Okay, I need to pick that up then. I've just been waiting forever. Did play Gloom. And just so it's been kind of piecemeal, but this was sort of my chance to really dig in, and so I'm grateful
welcome.
for it. Thank you. Nice to be here.
I got started in 6th grade, and I forget why I chose to start, but I just basically was like, we wanted to play D&D, and we had a 2nd edition D&D book, and then we just started playing, and then I'm like an obsessive collector when it comes to like game supplements. I love them, and I read them more than anything. I read, my favorite comics are the like Marvel encyclopedias that aren't actual comics.
Yeah, DC Who's Who for me.
Oh, yeah.
That was like my formative
And
experience
so
with comics.
the second I could buy like the complete Thieves Handbook, I bought everything there ever
Sure.
was. But we had a thing. My friends and I played in 6th grade for a while, and then I got when I was in high school, my freshman year of high school, somebody had found out that I played D&D a long time ago, and they offered to pay me to run a session for them because they had no DM. And so I'm like, okay, fine. And it was in my hometown, even though I didn't go to high school in my hometown. And I went there, and they were all really cool, and that was the last time I charged them. And I ran that session for 8 weeks, and then we started switching out different DMs. And I basically played with them for the entirety of my high school career and all through college. And every New Year's Eve, we'd go out to a cabin in the woods and play like a 3-day long game. It was really worth it.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
When did we get there? When did that get there? Which table? I don't know.
What's happening?
Someone from the chat asked, when did the table get here? We've always had a table with the game. How long is it? He's gone terribly wrong. If you're like, what? Why are there people in the room?
We were playing on
So,
TV trays last week.
To encourage you fine folks at home to donate, I'm going to buy a 3-pack of redraws for the table because I also see you guys are hurting. So, and now I'm going to be really OCD and try and pick 3 similar coins because it's just insane. How can there be different coins? No one can live at that speed. All right, so...
It's a coin container of madness.
While you're doing that, also Metal Demon, I am a huge advocate of tabletop role-playing, especially with kids, as a really great way to teach reading comprehension, social skills, math. I'm terrible at math, and I fucking love these games. So
Good at this math.
I don't know. I
problem
can't-
solving, too?
Problem solving. Yeah, I can't speak highly enough about tabletop RPGs as a therapeutic and constructive tool.
Absolutely.
Anyway, that's my soapbox.
No, it is. I think also problem solving. Like,
Yeah,
I could
yeah,
definitely
yeah.
do like you could do like a. Oh, I need to know. I learned from D&D because you really do look at problems differently.
Well, in social skills, just everything,
All right, so here are 3 for the group, so you guys can determine who uses them. But there are 3 re-rolls for when you might need them, from me to you, or from me to Dom, as it turns out. All right, so
And that's just a redraw up to our full limit?
no,
or...
you just draw 1 card
Oh,
at
okay.
any time instantaneously by turning that back into me.
So if you need that extra boost, you might be
Yeah.
able
if
to
you're like,
pull
oh
another
my god,
card.
I don't have a grace
I have a
card.
feeling we're probably going to use those
I
in
feel like
pretty
it's going
short
to be
order.
handy. Yeah.
There's only 8 more fights between here and the end. No, I'm kidding. All right, so let's imagine now, because this is, we treat this as like a TV show. So let's imagine now that as you go out, the engineers are getting ready. They're setting up like the sort of ropes and tackle for you guys, and then like the little countdown clock like whoop shows up at the bottom of the screen from 3 hours.
No pressure.
And it starts counting down. It takes you 20 minutes to get to the top of the structure, climbing along the outside, mainly because it's so like sort of decrepit in parts that it's hard to get a safe handhold, and this certainly doesn't help you to like put a giant hole in the wall where like chanters will spill out and get into. So you manage to get to the top in 20 minutes. The
He's
fight
already at the top, right?
Yeah, you're there. The fight at the top takes about 10 minutes. So you see the chanters are spilling out. They're all over you. They're like beating on you. You're beating on them. Varya's pushing a bunch of them off the side. Alone is
good time.
like hiding behind a decorative pot, going like
Shrubbery.
like just
Unicorn
blasting
shape.
people with light bursts. You see, the Whisperer shows up. He grabs Mike. Mike is like drawing on its face, and then eventually, then the awesomest moment we're ever gonna have in any game here at Saving Throw, where Varya is like diving through like gravity debris, beating a poor like 10-year-old to death.
Poor 10-year-old.
Yeah, she's getting younger,
She was
but
a
don't-
demonic spirit at this point.
And then it's all done. Dawn breaks. You guys are reinvigorated, and you head into.
Are you coming, Ink? Oh, I'm sorry. It was just something came back to me. Let's go.
Oh,
Am
fuck.
I the only
that
one
was,
that
that was
thinks
too
that-
well done.
Am I the only one that thinks that doctors the cause of these chants?
It's certainly a possibility. What makes you say that?
Oh, why has he been around so long? Where'd he come from?
He has been studying an awful lot of really dark shit.
It's real convenient that the chant breaks out around him.
You make a good point.
Do you think it's possible they want us to retrieve him so they can take care of him?
Oh, I wish. Oh, I wish.
My best guess, as much fun as that would be, is that it was unintentional, if anything, on his part. For somebody to be a healer, albeit studying all of this, probably was trying to use it to good ends, and it backfired.
That's a very diplomatic way for you to think of that. Thank you.
I
so
have my
much.
moments, okay?
Absolutely. I see that side of you.
The upper floors of the the upper floors. They had some fear on the first. The upper floors of the Darhold have stood empty since the days of the Civil War. They've long been stripped of furnishings, and the air is filled with dust and the stench of urine. You'll need to be careful where you step. Many floorboards are rotting, and the floor already has a number of jagged holes. The chanters have left their mark. Strange patterns mark where bleeding fingers have brushed the walls, and blood from their bare feet mingles with dust. You can hear the chant in the distance, the steady murmur of hundreds of voices coming from down below. It's too far away to affect you. There's no one that's been living here for decades, but the Chanters aren't the first people to come up to this level. You see signs of recent activity, graffiti, refuse, tracks in the dust that don't match the bloody footprints of the Chanters. You'll guess that some of the refugees have been coming up here in the last few weeks. And just at that moment, you feel like an earthquake, basically. Like there's a sort of like whine, and the whole building sort of shakes, and you can see like a line, like cracking into one of the walls. And plaster dust fills the air, and you hear a support collapse, like on another floor, and like wood shatter chips sort of fall down from holes in the ceiling. You don't know what causes that.
We should probably hurry.
We have to assume the doctor could also be affected.
Unfortunately, that's definitely a possibility.
Maybe we should worry about somebody setting off the dragon story.
Well, yeah.
We have time, though, right?
Well, you have 2.5 hours.
Right.
So
We need to figure out how we can locate this guy quickly.
I don't envy another encounter like we had on the roof. I don't know that we'd survive it. And if we die, we can't get back here in time to try and help. These people will die one way or the other.
It seems he's probably the key in this, but we have no way of figuring out where he is in this building. Do we?
Well,
I have one thought.
Oh, do you have psychometry?
I do.
Is it in your hand?
If it was in my discard pile, I could burn sparks to get it, but it's not.
Okay. Let me know when that comes up. You're gonna get it. As soon as you're holding psychometry, you get a piece of information.
You got it.
And unless anyone else has brilliant deduction, but that's probably also you. So
I actually don't have that, but
Okay.
I mean, it's very on brand for me. Idalia, what's your idea?
Could I create sort of an infrared blast so that we could kind of see through the building and see if we can sense him anywhere?
if you make a significantly high grace spread, I'd take it.
Not intellect, no.
Intellect's more like interpreting Grace's doing. Your magic is always Grace.
know.
But
But I'm gonna.
you know, remember you're gonna get 2 from. You don't want to burn sparks.
Yeah.
You can use stock coil if you had to.
Okay, so I want to do an infrared blast to see if we can sense him out. I can do. I'm gonna make my intellect card a grace card for 7. Is this a skill specialty? I'm gonna burn 1 spark to add 5 to that with my thought coil.
Okay.
That's 12.
12, and then this is that's we're gonna go with 12.
Yeah.
So you sort of like put a blast of your sort of Phoenix spark energy out into the world, and it sort of pings back in a sort of sonar way, and you can feel roughly that even though there are 7 stories, the top 2 stories you're on the 5th. Yes, you're on the 6th story now, but the 5th and 6th story are both like too decrepit to maintain people. So clearly they haven't been housing people on this level. The first sort of people you feel like they're around the 4th story. It feels like most of the people though in the building are down on the 1st and 2nd stories, and the 4th story there's like a small enclave of people there, which seems like it might be where some people are holding out. Or that could be the Chanters, and the people on the ground are the ones holding out. You don't know.
All right, so they're still living in this building.
Oh, and also there's like little trickles of like movement and people and something and energy all around. So there's definitely like wandering Chanter mobs around in the building.
Well, we're not alone, people. All right.
How much scouting could I do to figure out what's going on the 4th floor?
Well, you'd have to get you'd have to make it 2 floors down. You don't necessarily know that if that would be safe to do on your own. It's up to you. If you'd like to go on your own to scout down there, we could do something to that effect. Or you can travel together and then but you can scout ahead.
I have a weird question. I promise it's relevant. So when we were fighting the Chanters up top, they were obviously kind of trapped in their own minds, but was there actual fear coming off of them the way that it would have like a living person who's not under the chant?
Yeah, I mean, what you understand of Chanters from the conversations that you had with Winter in general, is that like Chanters, like basically like their life essence is being pushed out. So you let the chant into you, and then it grows and grows and grows and grows, and it literally pushes your blood out. But up until the point where you're out of blood, and then you just drop or become a whisperer, you have some little spark of human life left. So like they're sort of trapped in their own mind, like lock-in style. Like their body is doing what it's doing, but they're still aware of what's happening, and the eyes are the only part of them that are really showing that. So that's real fear. But again, like, you know, who knows how much of their consciousness is still in their body.
Okay. I was trying to see if there was differentiation, since I have especially in fear, and so long as my character is pretty wolfy at this point, if she could sniff out different types of fear to find pockets of people that are alive.
I won't give you different types of fear, but that said, like, you definitely can smell fear, if that helps.
I was trying to think if there was a specific way to help locate this guy, provided he's still not.
In fact, you smell some now.
Oh, good. Hey, guys, company is coming.
But I mean, like, not to be too gross about it. Okay, sorry. Have you ever seen the Dresden Files TV show? Mm-mm. Okay, there's a whole scene in the Dresden Files TV show where, like, he's like, this girl has been bitten by a werewolf, and he's like brought her back to his house, and he's trying to like save her, but she's slowly turning. And there's this like weirdly erotic scene where she's talking about how much she can smell him,
Of
and you're like,
course there is.
you're like, on paper this would be really gross, but it's really erotic. It's like, it is definitely the best like werewolf transformation. Anyway, but you can totally like smell people on top of that too. Like, so you can smell fear, but you can also smell like body odor and like everything,
really
like
exciting.
pheromones, everything else. So like you know you smell fear. You actually think that a few rooms over there are two people specifically who are afraid and sweaty.
So probably not part of our chanters.
No.
I mean, I think we just kind of have to start where we are and try and work through, and maybe use that to find pockets of people that might contain our doctor.
Well, and Eerie and I can certainly scout ahead. I mean, he moves fast. I can stick to the shadows.
Is there a way that we can sense him specifically? I know that healers have certain sense. I know that when I was one, I took on a lot of sense of the things that I was making. Is that some way that we could find him? I don't know who has a sense like that.
Yeah, I mean, if
Healing
he's
herbs
using
and
stuff.
such have a specific scent.
Yeah.
But unlike, you know, a person, it doesn't really permeate like a box or a building. But when you get close, you'll know.
All right.
So I'll keep that in my mind.
I'll perk up that sense as well. See what I can do.
Yeah, as you, these two people are nearby. Do you want to go and deal with them?
I don't see why we shouldn't start there.
Absolutely. Let's.
We could get lucky, and he could be one of them.
We could.
I'd like to imagine once in a while, all right?
Encourage this in her, all right?
But then let's hang out for like another hour just to make him really freak out downstairs.
All right, so you wander a few, like, I say rooms loosely, like sort of, you know, dilapidated rooms. And you know, you're doing your best not to sort of make a lot of noise or anything like that. But you sort of come in this room, and there are actually two sort of like frightened teenagers in this room. They're dressed, you know, sort of like a person in Alona might be dressed, but their clothes are like bloody and sort of like tattered, but not the kind of bloody and tattered of someone who's like been bleeding out. Like, they're not chanters. They've just been like touched by chanters as they were running around. They clearly don't hear you coming, and you realize very quickly that like they have like big, huge like cotton balls stuck in their ears, and like wax, and they're sort of like they're looking at where they imagine people would be coming into this room from, which just there happens to be several entrances to this room, but they can't cover them all. So there's a girl and a guy, and they're both sort of like, they're clearly afraid, and they're clearly not, you know, they've maybe been up here for as much as a day with no food or anything like that. You can smell that they've relieved themselves somewhere else in this room. Boy, this is going to be really fun as a DM to give you all
I
kinds of
should not have
spells.
brought this up. I realize the error of my ways.
Now you're being punished for this useful ability.
Nice skill.
I'm just gonna zip around in front of him.
All
All right.
I can't give you any more sparks. All right.
I go up. Don't mind him. And I just try to calm
Actually,
them.
they're like freaked out for a second, but the fact that you're not a chanter is definitely a step in the right direction. Then they see you, and like you look sort of like a golden goddess, and they're like, oh God, you're phoenixes. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. We have stuff in our ears. I don't know if you can see. We blocked up our ears. It's real hard to get it in here. So like we don't want to take it out because it's hard to get it back in.
The chant is gone. I turn his mouth to
Stylist.
them.
Okay.
And I write questions on the fucking air.
All right. We will skip the translation of that
Sure.
in the game. So what do you want to ask them?
I want to know. I want to know roughly if they know if anybody else is still alive, if
Where
they
the doctor
where the
is.
doctor, or if they know who the doctor is and where he is, and also how many chanters there are.
All right. They know that most of the refugees traveled to the first floor to try and get out
Smart.
when things went down, but that the chant was there, and that basically most people fell to the chant. Fell to the chant or died. They do point out that there are people who are immune, just flat out immune to the chant, but they're not immune to rocks.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I became Rick from Rick and Morty there. They're not immune to rocks. But so like most of the people trying to run out basically ran into the infection, and that went down. They and a few others traveled up. They didn't think they knew they couldn't get out through the roof. Really, they can get up on the roof, but there's no way to get down from there. But at least they would be safe up there, figuring the army would come in and do something. They do know Eldon Diogenes because he is a well-respected healer here. And actually, the reason they know how to deal with the chant at all is because they and he are all from Mardenford. They all survived the last chant outbreak, and they learned the Mardenford explanation is way longer than we even have time for.
Sure.
But I mean, that's an entire city. That's millions of people went down to the chant or hundreds of thousands in an ancient city.
Sure.
Went down to the chant there. So there's a lot of surviving day to day and hearing chanter mobs go by and understanding how it worked. And then they figured out that if you block your ears, you tend to be okay. And so they were able to sort of get up here, and they've met other survivors moving around. Chanters occasionally come up here and go back down, but those whisperers that they've seen seem to be in charge, and there are groups of whisperers down on the first floor doing something, and they don't know what it is. And that's as much information as they can tell you. But they will tell you that Eldon Diogenes' clinic is on the 4th floor, and that they did a job of sort of like when they went there to see if he was okay, they had fortified it, which has been keeping the chanters out. And that Diogenes offered them shelter there, but they felt they'd be safer on their own because this is how they survived in Mardenford. They didn't stay in one place with a bunch of people. They went and hid on their own. But now they want to hang out with you, like in a big way.
Perhaps it's best if you stay here for the moment. You seem to have been safe so far.
We left the friggin' tackle up there. Send them down.
You could try. They could try.
Yeah.
Would they be safer here now that we've
Have you
cleared it?
ever done any climbing?
The answer is no.
They've survived it once before.
Sure.
They're probably better on their own. They're certainly not any better with us.
If you hear the chanters coming, head to the roof as quickly as you can. There might be escape there.
All right. They'll hear that.
Well, they
they'll
won't
read
hear
that.
it, but if they know that the chanters coming out.
Chanters tend to be loud enough that you can kind of hear them through a muffle, and so like they're aware where they are. They just don't hear the words enough to like be enchanted by
It's
it.
just-
Yeah. Oh no!
We're the All right, so
that one.
well, it appears we should go to the 4th floor, but the question is, do we stuff our ears?
Well, it's
Well,
not
we're
going to
all
hurt
right.
us. To this point, it hasn't.
I think that remains to be seen.
Did you bring some wax and cotton you didn't tell us about?
No, Varya. No, I didn't.
Then what do you propose we stuff our ears with?
So, Eerie, perhaps you and I should start first.
All right, so if you want to head downstairs, which I'm assuming you do,
Yes.
I
wouldn't.
there are a lot of different ways you can handle this. I have a list here, but instead of me telling you the list and you picking one, what sort of tactic?
There's music.
Sorry, Sorry.
Is that a chant?
Yeah.
For viewers, there was just some weird phantom music coming from
Ruddy
somewhere
whistle.
else, and I thought we were all alone here. So
I wanted to clarify the layout. Is it something where it's the stairwells kind of running in a square where there's the open center where it would just drop down?
You mean, is it exactly like the movie?
That's what I want to know, because I want to know if I can climb down or not.
No, it is actually basically like block after block, and like there's like several stairwells from any given floor, but like they go up and down. And it was initially built much more elegantly, but instead they now like people have like done like aftermarket construction to like isolate areas, and so maybe there's only one stairwell accessible from a given point, and it's annoying, and you definitely keep bumping into like new construction that totally ruins your
None
day.
of this is to
Okay.
code.
I had at one point determined that with my gravitational powers, I could float a little
You
bit.
definitely can.
So
You still need to like. There is no actual air shaft down the middle of this though, so you still need to travel down.
Okay.
But those are both good. That said, does anyone here? No one here. Well, you have lore, right?
yes.
You could. Well, okay. You actually know the answer to that question, so that won't help you at all. But I'm going to give you a benefit on this next check because you got from the two kids where the medical ward is.
Okay.
So that's good. Which you would have done with a lore check, but we were good. So there's a and also you now have had, we'll say, 15 minutes to think about the chant that you encountered. I mean, all of you have heard the chant. All of you have said the chant. When I handed you that affliction card, like the whisperer drove the chant into your brain, and you were saying the chant out loud when it happened. Like you were like, "I've been germ fang singing bourbon," and then you like pushed it
It
back.
all became Swedish.
Yeah, it's all the Swedish shit. So you've all said it, but when you were like trying to engage the chant as a way of like using it against them, you're starting to put together how the chant works. So you can make subsequent checks to sort of like understand that and push forward in that research.
Okay.
Just be aware of that as time goes on.
cool. All right.
But that said, are you going to try and
Can you use the tradition of the culture that the dirge is from?
the
Find out.
no, it's not.
Right.
It's hold on. Oh yeah, I owe you a story. My bad. Sorry. Hold on. This is what you know. The Shadavar weren't always a wandering people. It's a Shadavarian.
Right.
Long before the Empire, the Shadavar lived in the coast of Ilona. The Yantalu wanted these fertile lands, and they fought the Shadavar, driving them from their homes. The greatest city of Shadavar was home to a musician named Tetherine. When he saw the Talu slaughtering his people, he crafted a song of sorrow that the angry Shadavar ghosts eagerly took up. These spirits took hold of the Yantalu, forcing the killers to sing until no breath remained. Tetherine died at the same moment as the last of the Yantalu, and the Song of Sorrows died with him, is the legend that you were reminded of when you started singing the chant.
Ah, okay.
So no, none of you know Shadavarian enough. It is. I mean, you've ladies and gentlemen, the next act is from Shadowvar. Like you've heard songs from Shadowvar. This is clearly like in the vein of Shadowarian music,
Okay.
but like you don't otherwise know. In that like it's sort of Shadowarian music by way of 100 different voices, by way of like constantly mutating lyrics. So you can actually make a scouting check to do this. You're gonna be moving through Darhold. One or the other of you needs to make this check.
Probably for the best.
Okay, let's see here. So you're going to make one check, and you get +5 because you know where you're going, and you're going to get +5 because you're using scouting, and then there's a difficulty number that you're trying to hit here. And for every 5 less than the difficulty number, you're going to get basically like shit goes down between here and where you're trying to go that's going to add a wound that one of you will have to suffer. So one of the two of you has to make this spread, and you want to go as high as you can. Of course, you can also benefit his spread with your traits if you so choose. And because this is an out-of-combat spread, you'll draw back up after you do it, but that also draws the potential of you bringing up your affliction card. Tara, will you hand me a beer while we're thinking about this?
Which one would you like?
Well, one of those there.
Ballast point.
I would dig one of those as well. I'll
Yeah.
get out the bottle opener. That was really fun this last time.
It's such a cute bottle opener. You're kind of my favorite alky. I really.
I don't know if I'm happy about that.
No, actually, this is so true. Like,
I got paid to drink not that long ago, so I'm
Oh,
a professional alcoholic now.
I have this weird thing because, like, I hate sort of playing into like that, like weird, like '80s movie. Like, if I had my like sleeves rolled up in a suit coat stereotype, was like, oh, a girl that likes whiskey. But like, I do find anyone who likes to drink very charming, and so instinctually, as a mostly straight types guy. Not entirely. That's for later, chat. I find women who like to drink very interesting. I don't know why.
You're not the first guy I've come across like that, and I always kind of like it because I like it so much, and you don't get judgment about it.
Yeah.
And so, throw down my whiskey, and they're like, "Not bad." And I'm like, "Thanks."
I don't know what, but
I'm not drinking it for you.
It's a very easy. It's like in many ways, like our passions. Even the passions that drive us outside of like the bedroom are our fetishes in many ways, and so like it's a very easy shareable
I haven't
fetish.
even finished the meal
Like it's
yet.
not necessarily easy. It's not necessarily easy to find someone like, oh, you're also into that thing you have to search very hard for online. But I feel like someone's like, hey, I like to drink. Like I also like to drink. Yay! Like we can go to the same club, which is a bar, but still, Anyway,
It's a
I used to
club.
feel the same way about smoking. I feel bad. That's what I miss most about smoking.
smoking.
No, just cigarettes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Like you smoke a cigarette, like, hey, you, hey,
Yay, we're both friends.
Yeah.
What do you have for a spread for me? And put it there on the.
Right. I got 8 and then the blur of motion.
Okay. So
to-
you'll draw 2 cards from that,
Yeah.
right? And you can add one more to the spread.
I may or may not have a beer tracking app.
Is that like Pokemon, where like you knock out
I
your beer
gotta
and use-
drink 'em all.
Yeah. Okay. You do have to drink them all.
I have no more grace cards. Will spending 2 sparks help at all?
Well, where are you at?
It's at 18 now.
It's at 18 now. Total 18. Well, that's including the 10 I gave you.
Yeah.
All right. Well, certainly spending 2 sparks will get you up to the. We'll get you up to the next 5, so that'll save you at least 1 problem. Does anyone else want to add to this spread somehow? Like, do you have an appropriate trait you can? You can always add to a spread,
you know
can't
what?
you?
I can give you 5 actually. I'm gonna
All right.
I'm gonna burn a spark to add 5 to what you're doing.
Okay. So 23.
So you're still 2 away. Does anyone have a trait they think applies?
Since he is using blur emotion, would superhuman reflexes also build on that?
Yeah, I'll take that because he's basically dragging all of you with him. So like,
Yeah.
as you if you can take the burden off him to like
so
keep you from problems.
I'll go ahead and put
So that's only 1, which you discard and draw again, but that's 1 more. So now
Yeah.
you're only 1 spark away from only being 5 short of your goal. What do you got?
I've got Astonishing Luck. When you use
Yep.
this card in a spread, you may burn 1 spark to add 4 to the value of the spread.
You're not using it in a spread. You're discarding it to add it to his, but
Okay.
it definitely applies.
Okay.
So go ahead and draw another card, and that brings you to an even 20. Am I correct? No, 25.
25.
That's 25. All right. So that's all told 1 wound that you're going to have to suffer as a wing, unless someone has a way to put 5 more on this. Does your ability allow you to burn 1 more spark? Is there a limit?
Just the 1 for this turn.
That doesn't work.
Okay, fine.
All right. So it's
feel
1
like-
wound total. Who wants to suffer the wound?
Oh, I'm into pretty deep.
I mean, the thing is that you're going to give away you can't take any of their wounds, and you're going to give away all your wounds in the first second of combat, right?
But
That's
still,
coming up. Okay.
So you might as well take the wound, and then you'll just hand it out.
All right, you know what? Yeah, let's make it count. All right.
so what happens?
Oh,
Me?
hold on. First off,
Oh.
3 more redraws for the table.
Oh,
from
sweet.
Nightsteed.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank
They're
you.
definitely going to need that.
Whichever.
All right.
Yes, all the directions.
Oh, it's the cameras.
All right.
Just
All right.
So how do I bring? Oh, okay. So.
So you're good.
You're gonna need those.
So,
Take my inner. Okay.
all right, so you took the wound. So basically what happened is, like, you're dodging from room to room, you hear chanter mobs are moving through, floor is giving way, you know, like non-chanters who are just panicked, like, run up at you and attack because they see you and you push them away. And all told, like, it like, everything is going relatively fine until, like, a chanter mob basically, like, pushes you all back. And you're like, you don't want to engage this chanter mob because you know what happens if you fight. And you're running and running and running, and you're all, at one point, you're all like turning a corner, and the chanter mob, like the full weight of the 40 people hits on you, and you're all pushed back, and at the back of the pile is Idalia, and you're like, okay, we're just gonna make it out of this. Oh no! And there's like a piece of like rebar essentially like stuck out of the back, which you're just like forced onto, and that's your wound. And you're like, and you pull yourself off it, and you guys make it around a corner, and then, like, you know, some random people like run by and like, oh no, chanters and feet, oh shit, and like the chanters turn and face them, and you make it down to the 4th floor.
Beautiful. Nice.
And actually, I was wrong. You are going directly into combat.
Oh, great.
As Darhold was designed to be a self-sufficient fortress, it's not surprising that it has an infirmary, and this is where Aldan Diogenes established his clinic. Fortunately, he was able to fortify it when the chant broke out, sealing the room with crates and rubble. Unfortunately, one of the whispering corpses found it before you. A middle-aged woman with long dark hair is hanging in the air.
He's got huge tracts of hair.
Is hanging in the air in front of the barricade. As you arrive, you see a makeshift barricade shatter as a wave of telekinetic force strikes it. This is one whisperer. It's just one whisperer. You want to show what whisperers look like again?
That's all.
Whatever.
Except for the fact that you guys are already beat up. This is just one whisperer, which is fine. And she has all the regular health of one whisperer, as you might imagine.
Oh, good.
Bitch.
So fortified. It's great.
And we are at...
Not peeking too much.
The refuge. So you can go ahead and cross off. You didn't bring either of the two teens with you, so they don't count as environmental objects. So all that we have here is the rubble, a broken barrel, sudden tremor, which is sort of the kind of a really interesting environmental object that you can sort of play with, collapsing ceiling. And added by our friend in the chat, there is also, and we're going to say that for the purpose of this, it is a container of, you recognize it instantaneously, it's like a chest, and you know that's the kind of, like, we're talking just this side of magic healing salve that you can use on a human. Okay. So, like, it is, it won't help you, because Phoenix doesn't heal that way, but it will definitely...
Also, I still have that necklace from the run-in with the
Oh,
lady,
don't forget
right?
that, because you died to get it, so don't...
Forget that.
Yeah.
Do I get a little token as a thing?
Just remember that.
Okay, I will.
Psychometry.
Okay.
Psychometry. Okay, you instantly recognize as soon as as soon as your psychometry aligns with the sort of telekinetic force that the whisperers in the building are trying to take the building down. Like these tremors are actually who knows how many whisperers are in the building, but they're all working in concordance to try and shake the building until it collapses. Because even if the collapsing building kills 90% of them, it will still mean that a few chanters get out into the city, and then at that point the situation is over. You don't know whether the building falling will somehow disrupt what's going on with the brass dragons outside.
Okay.
You suspect it won't. Like, you think if the building falls down, they'll still be able to activate them as a last act, which means that this plan will actually fail, all told.
Yeah.
But that said, everyone in the building and you and your target will all die.
Oh my God, they're trying to take it down from the inside.
And actually, as you're thinking that, like you can feel the building, like it's that, like, like sort of high pitched whine that means psychic powers in TV.
Yes.
And the Whisperer is gonna.
So are you saying that taking this tower down was an inside job? All right.
That makes me really leery.
I was gonna say, psychometry doesn't melt steel beams. All right, so any one of you can take the torch first. The Whisperer has a speed of 2, and she's surprised by you, so you have some time.
Do you want to give away some of them wounds?
I sure do, pal.
Do you want to start out and then?
Yeah, take the
And
torch.
then I want to smashy.
Smashy,
Alright.
smashy.
Smashy's my favorite.
Passing pain. So I see the Whisperer, and I gather up my black hole to shoot at her.
All right, make us an intellect attack spread of
Ooh.
2.
All right. So I've got 7 there.
And then how many sparks are you going to burn here?
I'm going to do, let's start out with 2. That gives her 3 brutal damage, or 6 brutal damage.
So wait, so you have 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that's fine. That will be her 2 lowest health levels right there.
Nice.
But and you'll heal 2. But that means that you have less space for more damage to go. If you don't want to try and if you burn one of those, like, because it's our second game and we're all learning the system. So your attack right now is doing 4, 5, 6, 7 damage to a defense of 6, which means that you do 1 damage, but it's not enough to take a health level down, so it basically does nothing. But because you're using passing pain, you're doing 6 brutal damage to her, right?
Yeah.
So that goes through 4, and then 5, 6 takes out this one. If you do, how much is the next one? Is 2 more?
Oh, it's just bump up to 2 more.
Why don't you, if you 2 more will be 8, which will still do these. You need to burn 2 sparks, and then you'll take one of her 6 health levels with you, and you'll be totally healed.
All right, let's do it. 'Cause we've seen what these guys can do.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
As quickly as
So
possible.
that takes off 3 health levels, as essentially all the damage that you and your friends have taken for the on you anyway, and you can just see that the Whisperers. And then you just and as the
spazzes
beam
out.
and it just eye bloodshot, arm falls off, slice, it's the whole 9 yards.
oh, that's pretty.
So go ahead and draw up. Oh no, don't draw. You're gonna continue doing an action before you are done?
Oh man.
You don't have to, but you can.
Let me see. We've got more chanters coming, but I think we should deal with the Whisper first. Let me see. I'm gonna pass it for now.
Okay, drop to 5 and pass the torch.
Ink
If only I had some long
latte.
nails. There you go.
Thank you. So it's a broken barrel. Does that mean it has some sharp, pointy edges that I could lodge into the Whisperer?
Of course it does. It does if you want it to.
I would love her to have some nice, sharp edges and maybe some twisted metal on it.
Okay, go ahead. All right, so you grab the barrel. Go ahead and draw a card from that.
Yep. Now let's see what I can do. So, and I have my wounds as well, so that's super fun.
And you're still raging, I'm assuming, or you are rage. You choose to rage at the beginning of this combat.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw in these, and I'm also going to use crude but effective. So
Yep,
that gives me
a broken barrel counts very well for that.
yes, which allows me to draw another card, which I'm going to
Okay.
pop into here as well.
6, 7, 8, 9. And what does crude but effective do on the card itself?
It's just when it's in an attack spread, it's a value of 5.
This counts.
Nice.
So that's 6, 7, 8 plus 5, which is 13 plus 2 from your
wounds.
Talon. And
And then 2 wounds.
And then 2, so 13,
4.
14, 15, 16, 17? Am I right at 17? 17 minus 6 is 11, which will take out 1 of her 2 health
And
points.
if I burn a spark, is that going to get me up to?
That'll get it. Yeah, that'll take it. So that's 2. Boom. So you can see there's already a debris field going through crazy, and you grab the barrel and hurl it forward to her, or whatever you do, and it manages to get in and it just sort of smashes on her face, and when the debris clears, there's just pieces of barrel stuck in the face of the Whisperer. Oh wait, sorry. But only a whisperer.
I'm sorry, Keith Baker.
I am not.
I'm seriously going to bring you the most amazing, accurate to the book chant. But for now, it's Careless Whisperer. But only from whisperers. They're the only ones that do Careless Whisper. All the chanters just do
Why
chant.
do they all look like George Michael?
I don't have enough to do another attack.
Okay, so
So,
go ahead and draw up. and the Whisperer is going to go before you get a chance there, whoever's next.
You don't mind, do you?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Take a wound. That's the first thing. Go ahead and discard that and draw a card in its place, because it doesn't. So that goes to your discard. So here's what happens is...
So I need to go and take a wound.
Yep, take a wound, because you... Basically what happens is she's like, I got it, guys! and
I get to draw another card too, because I actually forgot about this. When I suffer a wound, I get to draw a card.
Okay, good. So essentially, you basically start chanting. You're like, and it like comes into your brain. You're like, you should put them away, or they're mine, or whatever. And then you
I just can't get the song out of my head. It's so catchy.
And so here's the problem. You need to hand that. So you take that. That goes back in your deck. And there are no innocents here. Which means you need to give a level. You basically put the chant into one of your friends as well. So which one of these guys is going to add a chant to their discard pile from hearing it out of your voice? Because they can put it out of their head when they're hearing it from from like a regular human, but you're their wingmate. So
basically, who do I want to fuck over?
Yeah, who do you want to fuck over?
Actually, if we're
Carr.
gonna go fun role play route, the only person that's been in my head thus far is Ink.
All right.
You took that poorly.
Put this in your discard. Discard.
I was just like, this is worse of the time. Fucking Ink was in my head.
So the two of you are able to sort of like put it like you're not even concentrating. You're busy with the Whisperer, but then she starts chanting. You're like, oh no,
Varya, are you all right?
And then like for a second, the two of you are doing like chanting the round.
We got a really great duet going
And then
on.
you push it back, and you're fine.
Okay.
So that's in your discard pile, and that's what happens every time you hit a chant.
Motherfucker.
So that's why wounds are going to be a big problem going forward. And you pass the torch. Now the Whisperer is going to attack. She is going to.
It made the most sense. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's okay.
All right, so
for
you just drew up, so I'm going to hit you with this. Wait, no, but you're Chan. Piercing Whisper. It's an all or nothing. So it's a rain. I'm sorry, Piercing Whisper.
Thank you.
So it's a.
We're like grooving
it's
out
an attack
to
of
it.
10. If you can't make 10 in your defense spread, and it's not a physical attack, don't bother.
Like some Thriller, just.
If you want to save the shit, otherwise feel free to. You're not going to draw after this anyway, but like. So yeah, so 10 or not? What do you think?
Yeah, not.
No? Okay, so
In the worst
you're going to
possible
take
way.
I've got the Michael Jackson whole
chant
thing
and
already
one
going.
round and one damage.
Sipping.
Is this like if I reduce it by 1, is that going to also remove the affliction?
Sadly, no. It's
do
all
it.
or nothing.
Okay. Yep.
Take that, put it in your discard,
Yep.
and take 1 wound. So that, and then she's gonna basically throw. So I'm gonna cross off the rubble because she's taking it out of play.
Oh, shit.
Now the rubble still exists and you can still use it, but you can't get a card from it because she is throwing it at you telekinetically. So this is a this is not an all or nothing, and this is a ×1, which means literally every point of damage you can prevent on this is money in the bank. So this is an attack level of 14.
May I recommend that you also use one of
Yeah.
these to get an extra?
That's a wonderful idea, Varya. I've always respected your intellect. I really have.
Thank you.
You're the only one.
And seeds.
Night Seeds. Thank you, Night Seeds. Or me,
All right.
depending on which
Yeah.
one you picked up.
Okay.
They're different coins. I think it was Night Seed.
Yeah, so, and you were using Passing Pain, right? So
Yeah,
you have a
so-
defensive grace by 2 cards.
That's
We should have
wonderful.
brought them. We would have had fun.
All right. Okay, so and this is just defense, so I can't actually use any of this stuff.
Yeah, if you can tell me like how you use sudden tremors or collapsing ceiling or chest of salve to defend yourself, you can definitely use that.
I was gonna use the ceiling for something else. Okay.
But I was going to use the ceiling.
You can use this.
Stop fighting over the ceiling, Phoenixes.
All right. All right.
It's almost as bad as the time we fought over who was going to die.
Okay, so I've got an 8. I want to take. Oh, I'm not gonna cross it off yet. We'll see. So I want to take the sense of tremor, and I take the vibrations, and I shoot them back into the Whisperer's body, just shaking her as well. So she's taking on the shaking that she's actually giving.
Good. Cross it off. You can draw a card,
Nice.
and I'll let you put an intellect card into the spread, or you can put one more card in the spread of any suit.
All right, I just got an affliction though.
All right. So first off, give an affliction to somebody else and take a wound.
Okay. Does it matter here?
It doesn't
No, it's
matter.
up to you.
It's up to you.
All right. Oh.
No, you keep it. But someone else.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But that goes
You
in
get a
addition.
That goes in this card, and you draw another card.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
So you're like, I've got this. Put them away, or they're mine. And then like he's chanting with you, and then what do you got?
All right. I'm gonna throw in the best I can do is a 2.
This is the worst metaphor for an
10.
STD ever.
So that's 11. The total 11. That's not flipped. So yeah, it's a total 11.
Yeah, and I'm not ready to lose any more sparks yet.
So 11 damage, 11 out of 12, which means 11 out of 14. That leaves 3. 3 times 1, so it's just 3. Divided by 2 is 1 wound for you because it can't go through. So you take that one.
Jeez.
So,
We're
but you
close, so we
basically
got-
like an amount of rubble as big as this table like cracks over you, and that's as much as you take. So
All right.
you consider that's a big win for you. All right, who's got the torch?
I do. So seeing what
Take those back.
Yes.
Sarah.
Idalia was trying to do with the vibrations and sealing and, perhaps using an environmental element, Ink jumps up over a conveniently placed little stack of rubble and writes the Pyrene word for break on the
Okay.
collapsing ceiling and tries to bring it down on the
Neat.
the Whisperer. And
It's a spelling bee and an attack all in one.
it is. Okay.
Just let it run.
All right. I can only play a certain amount of time of it before like we get
All right.
It's up the tone. It's nice.
All right. Yeah.
So I'm not hidden. I can't use that to my advantage, but I've got 4 plus psychometry, which I'm going to use 2 sparks, and she's vulnerable now.
What does vulnerable do?
I don't know. You can
Let's find out. It's either a condition or it's not. So maybe it's
No,
just
it is a condition. I forget right now. Unfortunately, that's as much as I can do. So I realize that doesn't actually penetrate her defense, but she's vulnerable.
Okay, hold on. Vulnerable. All damage done to the victim is brutal, but that's only gonna it's only gonna count for this attack. So hold on one second.
Wait, hold on.
Can someone
She's
else?
vulnerable for the scene.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect.
So there you go.
All right, so Chan, you're doing brutal damage to her here. All you have to do is 7, and you're gonna take her out because there's only one health level left.
Here, Fleur.
Fear. You did this, Mac.
You all
This
right?
is my own personal chance.
I learned it by watching you.
The chant of Varya.
All right, we're gonna come in with a little flying jump kick.
All right, I'll let Miss Bent Youth count. You jump kicked somebody when you were a terrible teen.
He's just in there practicing in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I'm strong, I can kick.
I've got nunchucks. Do you want to see my nunchucks?
All right, that's it. That's enough. Boom. So you dive in. You, because she's vulnerable because of the work of your wingmate, you manage to sort of like jump kick her in the face and push her against the barricade, and she drops dead. I am going to give this to you. I missed a thing where the first person to attack this round got +2 because you surprised her. So I'm going to give it to you because you put her down, so that you can use that coin to get +2 going forward. If you
Yeah.
want something. And go ahead and draw up. And then, all right, so you put her down, and as you bring down the Whisperer, you see someone watching you from the other side of the barricade. A lean, Elonan man with a knife in his hand. He steps out of cover and gestures. "If you're not infected, get in here quickly. We need to rebuild the barricade." And that is Eldan Diogenes.
Cool. Well, as we're all entering the room, which I assume we are, I'm gonna start trying to just get shit back.
I'm gonna stay to the back because I know he's been researching Skinchangers, and my appearance might be a little upsetting.
Chest of salve and bring that in.
Okay, cool. You can cross that off, and you can hold that card draw till your next combat. Hey, thank you very much for giving us that, folks.
Yay.
Okay.
Camera 2.
So, he's Eldan Diogenes is 40-ish. He's lived a hard life. The left side of his face is badly scarred. He lost an ear, which he tells you is from Skinchangers, and his right arm has been burned by acid.
Against the wall, just chilling.
He spent the last 2 years investigating the Dread and helping its victims. It's kind of a miracle he's alive, but he's just managed to sort of be a few steps ahead at every turn. There are a bunch of other people in this room. There's several refugees, many of them wearing gags or with their ears sealed with wax. A half dozen of them have been restrained. 5 victims are thrashing about and trying to get free. The 6th is still, and he's the only one not gagged. And there's a half dozen that neither have restraints or gags, and this includes Eldan. And Eldan brings you, is happy to have you in. He's familiar with the Phoenixes, and he thinks we need all the help we can get. So he's definitely brings you in with open arms. And all told, at the end of the day, you're a little less like a Skinchanger than you think. You're a terrible woven monster, but it's very distinctly different.
Okay.
And he's seen both, so he can put the two together.
Not everybody is so learned.
And he's available for questions. Otherwise, I'll give you a little bit of a story from him, and then you'll be out the door, or doing what you want to do.
What's with the quiet one?
Let's see here.
So.
The restrained man with no gag cut his tongue out before the affliction could take hold. Part of being affected by the chant is not so much hearing it as also saying it. So if you can prevent yourself from saying it, then you prevent yourself from being infected. That said, it still does you harm. It still has a harmful effect, and it's still in you somehow. But many of the gagged people here are human today because they weren't able to speak the words.
And the ones with the wax in their ears, they haven't heard it.
Mm-hmm. And those that with neither are all former infected from Mardenford who avoided the chant or were brought out of the city before the city fell. And once they got out of once they got clear of the city's distance, they were cured, and now they're immune. And they're not immune to bricks, so they're here.
Do you have any sense of how many survivors there are? How many people in this building might not be affected?
The chant has a different. He has seen the chant. He, by the way, is also immune. I should point out.
He got his shots.
He was infected late in the loss of Mardenford, and his research associate knocked him unconscious. With basically put a board against his head and knocked him unconscious. And this was very late in it, and there was evacuations were available, and they were able to evacuate him while he was unconscious, and it hadn't taken him yet. He had spoken the words, but he hadn't totally transformed or anything. He feels bad because if he had been in charge of his own evacuation, he wouldn't have taken himself because he was clearly infected. But as a result, once they got clear of the city limits and he was far enough away from the chanters, he was cured, and because he had it in him once, now he's immune. But he has had a chance to see the chant take effect. It takes effect differently at different speeds in different people, and sometimes if you're affected by it, but you're not turning fast enough, the rest of the chanters will fall on you anyway. So he would say that, like, out of every 3 people who hear the chant, 2 die to 1 infected. So he feels like if there is infected down in the lower levels, they're probably a third or less of the population of the facility.
Still more than we can probably take out.
Yeah. Not to put too fine a point on it, but the Imperial Army is downstairs prepared to set this place ablaze to rid themselves of the Chanter outbreak. We were told to find you, hopefully with an alternative to that plan.
I'll go into full RP
Sure,
for him and
yeah.
not be in third person.
Yeah.
That's a sound tactic. I can't say I wouldn't choose it myself. I've seen the chant destroy everyone I ever loved. If there's any way for us to prevent it from spilling out into this city and killing more, I suppose I'd pull the trigger myself, even if I was on the other side of the flame. That said, there has to be some source of the infection. Certainly, no one who was affected by the chant can carry it, as far as I know. So those here from Mardenford who survived and came here are immune if they were affected by the chant. And those who weren't affected. So by that logic, whatever brought the chant here must be an outside force, and that outside force is probably in this building. Perhaps destroying it will give us some ability to destroy the chant or turn it off. I think about its range. He goes over to like a sort of hastily constructed map. In Mardenford, they discovered that you could travel some 40 miles out from the infection zone and be free. So that suggests a central point, not 40 miles from the farthest chanter, 40 miles from a central location, which means there must be some center of the infection. And if that center of the infection is here in this building, perhaps it could be destroyed here in this building, and all of this brass dragoonery would not be necessary.
Look, I'll be honest, we're on a very, very short timetable right now. Do you suspect that anybody here might be that carrier?
I'm going to assume that you shared the information you got about the sort of sonar sweep you did with the concentration of chanters.
Oh, they have.
Did you tell the party that, is what he's saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I want to make clear. I didn't know if you were maybe trying to...
No, don't.
I don't think anyone here is the source of the problem, as they've been here with me. And I will say that one thing you can definitely guarantee is the chanters sort of band together. So in the event that there was some importance to the chanters here, they'd all be here with us. But instead, they're downstairs. Every refugee that I've managed to take into this building has told me that they're all camped out downstairs. Several of the floating kind are there. They sort of operate as one single mind, and they've all come together into a larger room downstairs.
I think I know where we need to go.
I don't like it, but I agree.
A choice. Like many choices in this game. You
already died.
You can make a spread with him at now plus 10 plus spirit, so plus 15 to try and develop a counter chant. However, because you're going to make a spread, you're also going to discard cards, which means you could potentially chant again in this room, which will make one of these people, which will either put a chant, which will either it'll do damage to you and get another chant to one of your compatriots, or you'll basically turn someone here into a chanter mob. Not a full chanter mob, but you'll spread it to one of these people. So it's a risk, but he's willing to sit with you and try and figure out a counter chant, which you could potentially use downstairs.
And the alternative is how many people are still downstairs, and it's a lot.
And would it be more worth it to try to find out what the source is and take it out that way, rather than just take out the collateral damage, basically?
Well, he points out that if you're chanting, they won't affect you, which you've learned. but if you're chanting, you're doing yourself damage. He feels like if you can develop a counter chant, like a sort of, like almost like a similar but different chant, you can find a way to get the best of both worlds. You can be protected, but they can't, but you don't take damage.
I'm immediately reminded of the Monty Python sketch of the funniest joke in the world.
Yeah.
And how they had to send like chaplains out singing dirges to counteract it.
Well, it's essentially that. So, but if you want to work with him on it, he's happy to do it. But it's a dangerous choice. I mean, it's a dangerous choice whether there were innocents here or not. He also makes it very clear that he won't leave here with these refugees behind. So if you're gonna bugger out, which is definitely an option, you'll achieve your mission if you get him out of here, and the chant will be destroyed by the brass dragons. If you want to go in that route, you still need to bring everyone in this room with you.
Yeah, believe me.
And our only option is to go through the roof again, which
We already know.
we'll be lucky if we can get this group across all of those floorboards and everything, and down the side of the building, and still under the 3-hour limit.
I don't like it.
I don't like anything about this. We're stuck between terrible options.
I feel like
You're about an hour and 20 minutes in, by the way.
sure, so we're almost halfway through.
How do we feel about knocking this motherfucker out and taking him over our shoulders?
I'd prefer not to. Idalia, what are your feelings?
My sense of wanting to save all of these people is really strong, but I know that that's not always the most expedient thing, so I feel like with both of our skills, we'd have a really good chance at counteracting the spell, but
Personally, I feel that might be the strongest option. And if you're successful, this is a weapon that the Phoenixes and the Empire can carry forward to combat this particular manifestation of the dread. Do you have any idea how important that is?
God, the odds are really, really strong. I mean,
I know, but
that
Idalia, all of us were brought back for a purpose.
no, you're convincing me. I promise you.
I mean, much as I'd love to just knock him out and drag him away, I'm pretty sure that's not why I was sent back here, because that was the downfall when I died the first time, because we didn't pay attention to what was happening to the outside world and the other people. I hate to say it, but we need to take care of this.
And everything is taking a chance,
Well
really.
said, Varya. Sax is drawing out a bunch of what I'm assuming are Chanter Mob templates. So, yeah.
Our other option is a couple of people get this group out of here, and the other ones go and try and give as much time as possible.
I don't like the idea of splitting the party up. Idalia, the choice is yours.
You do feel
Yeah.
you do feel quite strongly if you manage to clear the infection, you can go out through the bottom. Like you won't you'll be able to, anything
like-
short of a Chanter Mob can get out downstairs.
Sure, because I feel like if they're successful, we can combat each
Yeah.
group as we go, and then when we get to the big bad, sure, that's going to be a shitty fight. But, I don't know.
The counter chat seems like the option that makes the most sense.
Michael,
It
the
is
player
a
wants you
weapon.
to do that. Ink the character. Understands your conflicts.
Taking a chance was how I became a Phoenix in the first place. And so it seems like the path that I should go. And if we do this, there's so much good. The amount of good that we could actually do is so worth it.
I mean, the downside is that this whole room of people gets torn apart, but versus a chance of saving way more people than that, it's calculated risks.
Can we access the chant to find the source?
Maybe we should try that first. It'll only take a moment, right? To try to
Well,
feel
you
it
know where
out.
the source is. I mean, you know where geographically the source is, which is downstairs.
Right, but like, isn't
What
there
is the source?
one?
There's a specific source, but how do you plan to access the chant to find it?
Because if you say it, then we're boned.
If you engage, if you say the chant in the space of this room, it's a problem. But also, you need to know exactly what you're doing before you make the spread, because it's there's some that could go okay, or it could go nowhere, and then you'll have made the spread anyway.
And the counter chant is both of you or just you?
It's
her and Diogenes.
It's her and Diogenes.
Yeah.
Diogenes is basically just adding her 5, so you get 5 from him plus the 10 you get naturally.
And do I had a defense spread last. Can I fill up?
Yeah.
Ooh. Got a nice trait card for this.
Oh, and by the way, you can just burn draws until you want. But I mean, again, every draw you take potentially bring. Oh wait, all your chants are in the discard, right?
Yeah.
This is how you game the system. You were wondering, you can remember. That's the kind of card counting that you can actually do.
That's what I was wondering. Is like the chance that I take the chance that I found it in my deck. Was that really the issue?
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank God.
You gotta do
You know,
it.
guys, I think it's.
Right. Make me the best 3-card intellect spread you can do.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Really?
Sorry, actually, to be fair, because you have encountered the chant, because you have the chant in you, you can use either intellect or grace.
Well, and you're already at 15, correct?
Mhm. Yep.
Right.
So,
And I'm going to be using.
well, I think, did you already add the spirits in there, Sax?
What? Yeah, it's all told.
Oh.
I have everything factored in except your cards.
All right, I'm going to throw in a thought coil.
Mhm.
That's 5.
All right.
Going to throw in savior for another 5
Yeah, that works.
because I could save so many people if I do
So
this.
what is that, 25?
Here you can. Okay.
29,
These are my highest
31.
grace cards.
31?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't like 30 the sort of the top out?
Yeah, don't burn anymore. 31's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
So I gather all my resources. I go to Diogenes. I look him in the eye. You hear him now. All right. I need to pay you to pass into me everything that you've learned about this. Okay, I was a healer too. All right. Hold my hands, and I can channel more of what you know. All right. And I breathe, and I glow, and I send my glow into him, and we just kind of sit in a meditative state and just build up this.
Quick, find a
All right.
song that's a
Radiation.
counter chant.
I'm
All
not
right. So you've learned enough about this chant from this that you can now you're going to start. You've taught everyone the counter song. All right. Which basically gives you, if you take an action to sing it, which you're gonna, when you're singing it, which you do, you can be shrouded from chanters and whisperers for that round. But just like the shrouded condition, if you attack, you lose it. All right. Here's the problem: only Tara, and in one specific circumstance, Michael can bring it back. So, like in the first round of combat, you'll all be shrouded now because you all know it. But the song evolves, and as a result, the song has to evolve with it. So after the first round of combat, or after you've lost your shrouded condition, whatever it's called, after you've lost your hidden condition from the chanters, you can make a grace spread of 10 or more to return to being hidden. You know, you can like recalculate the counter song as much as you want.
Okay.
But just because you know so much about it, you guys don't. You just learned the first version of it. Psychometry is a trump. If you have psychometry in your hand, you can use psychometry in any spread, any grace spread, to gain the counter song again.
Okay.
So right now, you're going to go into the first combat hidden until you attack.
So we can use it to try and find the source.
Yep.
Nice.
And then attack when we're relatively certain that's the source.
My mic been off this whole time and no one's noticed?
Loud enough.
Oh, well, I'm very loud. Well, I'm going to take an opportunity actually to hit the bathroom again. Thanks, beer.
Womp womp.
So here's the thing is, work out a plan for what you want to do going downstairs, and chat. Let us know what you think they should do. Options wise, you can try and get your target out which it seems like you're not going to do. You can try and go downstairs and find the source and fight it. But if you do, what are you going to do? So chat, what do you think they should do? Let me know. And everyone here, let me see what you're going to do. Meanwhile, I'm going to hit the sea man with a dog, and I'll be right back.
All right, so we've isolated the threat, right?
Well,
No,
I mean,
not
we're
really.
just like still.
We're able to navigate through the throng.
Well, no, but we assume the big cluster of whisperers are the ones that are powering this.
Unless
out.
there's something else that we haven't encountered yet.
Well, my theory, Ink's theory, they're both relevant. They're probably gathered around whatever the source is.
Yes, and it may not be a whisper. It may be much nastier, and it
Exactly.
may mean that we have all of them turn on us. But the best thing we can do is go after the source.
However, if in worst case scenario we meet our end in that conflict, this particular outbreak of the Chant is dispatched. We have at least the beginnings of a weapon against it, and while there is going to be massive loss of life in this particular circumstance, hopefully we can stem the tide of that going forward.
Well, yeah, if we get him out.
Well,
The only way to get him out with a better guarantee is that we send someone to escort him and this group out while the rest of us go and try and fight. That's kind of how it's laid out. We either all go down and fight or we split. He's not going to go with us until he's certain that we're going to get everybody out. We get all of them out, they're going to blow up the building then.
yeah.
I was really hoping that we could find where source is on the first floor, and just basically pound a hole in the second floor and drop down on top of them.
Well, and since we have the counter chant, we can get down, find out what the source is, and we can make another assessment from there. If it seems really risky, somebody goes back up and evacuates them out, and the
like
rest
that
of us
plan.
fight to give them
Oh,
time.
I like that plan.
But everything downstairs basically needs to die. Is that right?
Well, no, we assume that there's probably still some enclaves of survivors down there. We just don't know what the ratio is. But the big bad, whatever it is down there.
We're walking in blind, so we can't really make an educated choice until we actually see what it is couched in. It could be that it's just chilling in a corner by itself, but my guess is it's probably surrounded by other nasty things.
Sure. And best case scenario, we find it, we eliminate it, this outbreak goes away, and we've got a weapon.
Is it possible for us to draw them all away, so that the doctor and his people can get out through the front door?
But that means they'd have to follow us all the way down.
Okay.
That is also risky. I still think we need to go in and assess, which is really rough, and then need be, someone goes and evacuates them out through the roof while we
Agreed.
take care of whatever we can.
I don't think we can make a bigger plan until we know exactly what we're up against.
And moving them to the downstairs is egregiously dangerous.
Yeah.
And basically, we don't feel like it's safe to split up at this point because we don't know.
We'd be
No.
going in blind.
No, I mean I got 2 health levels.
We're already pretty messed up at this point. But if it's bad enough and we're doing the counter chant, and we make an assessment and we can buy some more time
Yeah.
for an escape.
So basically, we just need to know what we're facing
Yep.
first.
Exactly.
Tara, you can take a health level off somebody for free if you want to try and make sure you run in there and throw health at people.
Yeah.
So if you want to do that before you get into combat.
Okay. Do I need to burn one to do, or just?
What's chat saying?
What is chat saying? Anything good? You can just say. You can just tell me if you.
It's a tough
Stand
decision,
proof on the
guys.
ones and twos back there.
We've been talking about sticking. Anyway, Metal Demon says, my character, if I had one, would just start a concert in the building, drowning out the sound with other music.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Followed it up with a
Creative
terrible
solution.
bard.
Or the best bard.
We just start a rave.
Okay, so I'm not gonna make you make that check because we have to move forward. Hold on here.
Can I take somebody's wound without burning a spark?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can take
Alright.
one wound off one of your wing mates.
All right,
but-
before we go in, anybody wants to go in with a little bit more vigor? Both of you, I think, would be most useful to go in as strong as you can.
Probably.
All right, I'll take one.
Yeah, we're both at 3.
Yeah.
And Eerie, especially you, if you can go in and find the source of this, you might be the fastest to sort that out. So I'll take that from you so that you can
Okay.
be more effective.
The joys
Okay.
of being
Other way.
expendable.
One second.
His hair is everywhere. All right.
Well, honestly, we need to get you to die again so that you can be up at the level
Yeah.
the rest of
I
Pull your
think it's
weight.
a safe bet I'm going to die. This does not look like. Yeah, again.
I don't want to la 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 la. I wanted to forget that.
I'm just gonna imagine the way they're drawn. That's just all the way down. Just like bees.
Okay, so we're gonna go from here.
I think the counter chant is Backstreet's back.
Oh.
I was gonna go
Alright.
sci-fi, and I was
Monster
just
video.
gonna go a little. You are my shining star.
So good.
Just kind of wandering through.
All right, I'm not going to give you all a hidden condition token. Just know that you're. So as you walk down the halls from here out, you're singing this sort of like non-infectious, safe chant version. In fact, I'll also say while you have this hidden condition, if you draw your affliction card, it won't go off because
Cool.
you force it into the counter chant.
Yeah.
But
really
again, the
hard
first
on
time you attack, it's just going to go down.
Yeah.
The scent of blood fills the air. You definitely said that.
Hey guys, there's blood around. Just FYI.
Who's? Did you take anyone's damage?
I did. I took Eerie's.
Where's that? Do you want to turn that over?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can take more. I mean, if you want to take more, you can.
Yeah.
I mean, does it get any safer than this?
You know what though?
Maybe like little bunny foo foo, but that's about it.
That motherfucker gets bopped on the
PC
head.
Burger
I know.
says, go downstairs, kill the
Well, it's
big
'cause
bad
he's
guy,
an asshole.
risk is everything, you're supposed to die in the game, prepare to die.
We're
Yeah!
down for risk. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna take
but we
another.
have
You can
We
take
have
another
things
one
to
off you.
accomplish.
Yeah, just because it
Kill
seems like
one level.
even
Oh, here,
numbers
she
seems
already
to
did.
be.
Oh, yeah,
No, I'm
just
gonna
take
take
another.
another.
Oh.
See, and I was going to
Even number
suggest
seems to be
tiptoe
pretty-
through the tulips, but insidious.
I don't see how ukuleles are going to help us in any way.
The scent of blood fills the air as you descend deeper into Darhold. You pass the broken bodies of innocents killed by the chanters and chanters crushed by the collapsing building. Hundreds of chanters move below, but as you get deeper, it becomes easier to avoid the mobs. Many chanters have stopped roaming and stand still against the walls, perhaps waiting to surge out into the city at the moment the walls finally fall. While the mobs are spread out, it's not hard to spot the focal point. You can hear it. Dozens of chanters massed together, droning through the same endless song. A slow but steady trickle of chanters moves down towards the center. Making your way forward, you come upon a great hall, a vast chamber once used for public assemblies. This was the heart of the refugee community. Tents and bedrolls are scattered about. Meals sit half-finished. Treasures have been abandoned. You see the glint of jewels in a discarded basket, and a child's doll stares mournfully from the floor. Ahead you see at least 100 chanters, but their attention is focused on the center of the chamber, where 4 of the whispering corpses hang in the air. The whisperers are in a circle, hands joined together. As you take this in, silence falls across the room for an instant. In that moment, another tremor shakes the room. The chant begins again, and the moment the tremors fade. Does anyone here have supernatural senses or any of their observation things in their hand currently?
No.
No.
Okay.
Death wish.
Anyone has? You have observation, right?
Well, it's one of my skill specialties.
Okay, we'll take that. There's an assortment of dust and debris suspended in the air around the whisperers, but one thing catches your eye: a polished silver or black stone. Sorry, a polished sliver of black stone, floating directly between all 4. We're actually saying instead of polished, it's more like a chip of something. It's
Sure.
like
It's like a shard or
it's
whatever.
a shard.
It's a dark
it-
crystal, no.
Yeah, but it also,
Surrounded by
feels like
gelflings.
a Tetris piece. Like it's a chunk of a larger object. This seems to be what they're all chanting around. All right, so here is your final combat, which is in the refugee camp, and there's a fair amount of environmental objects here. There's a ragged tent, a cooking fire, a child's doll, a filthy sack, a pile of rubble, an overturned table, a casket of jewels, and the chant itself, which you can always use. I want to remind you that even if you can't get your counter song up, you can always take an affliction card and full-on chant to gain the hidden condition for a round.
And apparently the fires of hell.
I was trying to be cute.
All right. That's what you're going for there.
It's very whimsical.
So there's a big giant chanter mob.
Okay.
But because it's so big, it's less organized, and so it sort of like bumps together and doesn't necessarily work right. And hold on here. Let me figure out what I have for the whisper crystals. There's like a specific, these like 4 whisperers together. Here we go.
I keep thinking of the Mummy, where they're trying to infiltrate, and they're Emotep, Emotep. So along, like, is anybody buying this?
And I'm thinking Shaun of the Dead.
That too.
I'll do it on the day.
This is the time.
Yes, he does.
Well, she's doing the breakdown. Look at his lifeless, soulless eyes.
But confusion and a little sadness, like a drunk that's lost a bet.
Yes. So we're just gonna go to the Winchester till this all blows over. And dogs can look up.
Dogs can look up. Hold on.
How would you want to die and be resurrected, Chad? Sorry, I don't know why I threw that out there.
That's a valid question.
True. I recently heard that drowning isn't as bad as I always thought. That's made me feel a little bit better for some reason.
I
I
hear
don't
it's
think about
actually-
the Titanic.
Oh, that's
Kind
good
of
to know
strangely
after
peaceful.
all those times that I drowned Laura Croft when I had a bad
There
day.
you go.
Well, at least I know she went sort of peacefully.
No, that always freaked me out the most, and I would always think about like the Titanic, and I'm like, God, that's just got to be. I mean, of course it's awful, but it's like slightly less. That's
Actually,
encouraging.
Trouble drowning stuff in movies. Every time I watch Poseidon Adventure and they're diving under the water and swimming, I'm like, oh wait,
Yeah.
I can breathe. I'm still allowed to breathe. I forgot.
I just love that you've watched the Poseidon Adventure more than once.
Yeah. Right.
Yes, yes, I have. I own a copy of that film because it's
Fantastic.
amazing.
That means a lot now to
good
own a copy
God.
of like a movie.
Oh, you should see my home.
Yeah. Oh wait, I think I remember. Because first your place is amazing. It's like a Disney museum, and, and I'm trying to remember if I did see like the wall of like videos.
It's
or-
2 IKEA
Videos.
bookcases packed with films.
cool.
I probably have at least over 1,000 films in my
Oh my
house.
God. I've got a friend who's a huge cinephile, and like he has to have all the collections, and he has them like organized, like cross-referenced by like director and everything.
Yeah, I
And
go
it's
by
like-
genre and then subgenre and then sometimes the actor.
Everyone has their style. I love it. But he's just got like those huge like room-length bookcases full of them, and like they're kind of just all.
I can't
stacked
understand
up.
people alphabetize their movie collections. That drives me crazy.
Okay, so we're all hidden from the mob.
All right then.
What are you going to do?
Well-
Okay.
Seems that shard is probably important and sort of everything hinges on that. Oh, good.
Surrounded by a telekinetic shield.
One would assume, if anything, one would have to dodge all the debris that's floating around it.
You thinking Eerie? I'm thinking Eerie.
Well,
But
I'm actually gonna. Ink's gonna walk over to the casket of jewels real quick.
Okay. This is so you're gonna have to take the torch because this is actually we're in combat rounds.
Oh,
whether
right,
you're
right,
combatant or not. So
May I?
There's a lot of people in here, and we can't take all of them.
No. I'm looking for something that is similar to the shard of.
Are you gonna try and Indiana Jones this?
Yes. That's exactly what I was thinking of doing. Walk in.
The counter chant is dun 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 dun.
But you know what? I'll do this a few times and then.
Feel. Obviously.
I'm doing it. That's my plan.
All right, so you're going to make a grace spread, I guess, then, to throw the jewels in place of the other ones.
I mean, is there something there that would?
No. Well, what is your intent? Sorry, I must have misinterpreted you while I was trying to figure out.
It's okay. No, I want to look through the casket of jewels and see if there's something that vaguely resembles the shard that's in the middle of the Whisperers.
Yes. I mean, yes. There's something that vaguely resembles it. We'll go with that.
Okay, so I look back at the group and I'm like,
That isn't
And you're going to draw a card from that, right?
What was that?
You're going to draw a card from using that environmental object, correct?
Yes. Hold on, I did not do
I think
that.
they're gonna know the difference.
Yeah, that's my sense. But
There's too many for us to take. Someone's gonna have.
Well, that was my plan and it was stupid. So now I've got an extra card out of the discard, right?
No.
Okay.
There's no discards.
Okay.
we'll see what happens.
I think
Do you want to
we-
do anything more with your turn? Maybe you can keep making spreads until you're out of cards, and then you're going to draw back up to 6.
I think we need to evacuate the people up top. There's too many down here. We're too wounded to take all of them.
I hate to say
maybe you
it.
don't have to.
Oh.
Can we distract these chanters?
It'd be a
and,
rough chance, though.
distract the whisperers and then grab the gem.
If we distract them, they're gonna descend. So.
The mob's on us.
If we are making the assumption that this shard is the source, do we just try to destroy it?
Yeah.
I have some experience with that.
That just means we're gonna have to get right in the middle of it.
And we're
Just-
hidden.
I'm just gonna yank it.
Yeah. No, I mean getting there isn't the problem. It's just what happens once we're there.
They're worshiping the rock. We should take the rock away.
Right.
Well,
And if we take it, will they follow us? If we take it, maybe we can move the entire threat out of this building.
To
too many people
where?
know that it's gone.
It's a little Pied Piper.
Well, at least,
But, I mean,
but
if
at
we're
least
talking,
it gets us away from our potential victims.
well, yeah, if we're talking about getting everybody away so that the remaining refugees can get out the front door.
Someone's gonna have to let them know to be able to run at a minute's notice, though.
True.
Maybe that's what we do is we prep them to run out. Maybe you can move quickly enough to at least tell them, come back and fight with us.
But we
So
should
they
only
can
let
run
them
out.
know once we know this actually works, I suppose. Because if we have them moving on something that doesn't,
It's a risk
Pan
no
out.
matter what we do.
yeah. This is a doozy, guys.
Well, you still have the torch. Is there anything else you want to do?
No, there's nothing I'm gonna do. Who wants it?
So,
I think it might be distraction o'clock. I think it might be
Ow.
distraction o'clock.
Sorry. These have a different they misread their health. They have 10 health level 6, not 6 health level 10s. So that's very different. So I'm gonna put 3 on there, but they have 10.
Okay.
okay. So I could maybe start by I could send sort of a field to kind of grab hold of the shard and just move it a little bit and see what happens. Do you want to try that? Just see what effect like doing something on the shard has?
You do that, and then I have something as a backup if you start to get into trouble to distract everyone.
All right.
All right?
Are we telling the refugees anything?
I think we want to see what this does
They're in-
first.
Everybody in here is a chanter.
Pretty
Right.
sure just poking a hornet's nest is just gonna start shit.
We have to do something.
Right, but I mean, like, we should be ready to do the thing.
All right, how
Because I
about-
don't think there's any half measures here.
All right, so if we see that this does something that's going to really incite this mob, do you want to go and warn everybody upstairs to
Be ready to run
They
while
should be
they're
ready
distracted.
to go already.
All right.
They should already be ready to go.
All right, so we take half a second so you can be super quick and creepy upstairs.
All right.
Eerie, if you will.
All right, if you want to move it first, that's fine. If not, I have something to like start a distraction.
I want to see what it does if we start to jostle it out, how
All right.
what it affects.
All right,
All
you
right,
do that,
let's do
and
it.
I'm ready to go after that because I have a thought.
Okay.
All right, so what are you going to try and do?
We're going to try and get all of the refugees ready to bolt out the front door if we can get all of the chanters distracted and away.
I got that part.
Okay.
What are you going to try and do?
I'm going to shoot
So
out.
we'll assume they're queued up now.
I'm going to shoot out a field to isolate the shard and just move it a little bit in its space and see how that affects the
Okay.
whispers and the mobs.
You're going to try and do it in such a way that it's like, are you willing to sacrifice it having any actual useful effect as is just so it's just a test, so you don't give away your hidden condition? Because like if you want it to actually do something, you're definitely not going to be hidden when it's done. But if you're just
Okay.
trying to sort of like see if it'll happen,
I just want to.
then I'll let you do that.
I think you need
Okay.
some time bot to fuck around with it.
Because I just want to do like a subtle movement to see how everything around it reacts. But does that?
You're gonna have a better chance of that if there's a distraction.
Do we want to see how they respond to it? And would a distraction throw that?
Either way, it's a gamble.
You want distraction?
I think so. Early stages of we're just really gently testing the waters. I think I want to just do a slight move
Okay.
of it, not enough to become hidden, just enough to see.
If they follow it,
Yeah.
Make a grace spread.
All right. I'm using my intellect card as grace. I don't know if I'm ready to burn sparks for this yet to add to that.
What do you got?
And I'm just trying to jostle a little bit. So 9. Not gonna add to that. My God. Okay, I'm gonna burn one spark to at least bump that up to 10, and I'm just
Good
trying to
play.
do a little jostle just to see what effect it has. So.
All right. You can actually make that 5 then if you have thought coil out.
Okay, I'd like to do that.
Am I like not working?
When you touch it, it works. But
It's not.
you feel like you're coming in through other people.
Hold on. Let me
That sounds alright.
bring it up. How's that?
Yeah.
Better? Okay.
That gives me to 14.
Okay, you definitely feel like you sort of, you hit it with a gravity pulse or whatever, and you can see it like adjust a little bit. It's basically like being held in like the apex of like the 4 different telekinetic fields that are sort of like bouncing it around and sort of there. It's sort of not being, and it's not being held firm. It's just sort of like floating up amongst them. It definitely is, if you put a lot of effort into it, you could jostle it or do something with it.
Okay. So I mean, have I put in enough effort to kind of just do that, or is that
No, not with it. Not if you're going to limit yourself at whatever would you're like sort of doing it while still like counter chanting and like moving with the mob and like
all
trying
right?
to avoid.
So
the
I'm
problem.
expending too much energy elsewhere to really
Yeah,
But
use
it's,
effectively.
it's loose enough that we could nab it if we need it.
That much we know. We know it can be moved.
All right, well, let's do this then.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you guys some time to get in
So,
and do that.
draw up, discard those.
This is gonna be fun. So, I'm gonna kick the cooking fire into the crowd.
Do it to it.
Wow.
Do it, and you're going to do brutal damage because that's a brilliant idea. And draw the card from cooking fire, and you're going to apply the burning condition.
Okay, so let's see what I can get going on here.
And you're raging, yeah.
Yikes.
Yes. So I'm going to go ahead and play in the 2 strength cards, and then I'm going to use a grace card as a strength card as well.
Okay.
And I have 3 wounds, and I don't know if my talent counts in this
Yeah, sure.
instance.
Yeah, you always use your talent somehow and everything. You do.
All right. 5 plus 12, so 17.
17? Okay, well, first off, we're going to get the burning condition. Then we're going to take 3 away from that, which is 14, which divided by 3 is 4-ish, 4 plus, right?
Yeah.
So it'll do all 5. So boom, that's a lot of Chanters go down, and the Chanter mob is on fire.
Yay!
And I don't really have enough to do another attack spread, so
Okay, passing it on.
Chan, do you want it?
Yeah.
All right, so when you do the whisper, when you become unhidden, the
can I go and draw back up too?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, the whisperer Gestalt notices you, and you can see like them sort of like rotating around as they see you. They're gonna piercing whisper you, which is an attack of 15, all or nothing. So if you can't defend against 15, you might as well just take this.
I look at them and go,
Actually, we're gonna do it 2 different ways. You're gonna take. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it's gonna go here. You're gonna. So you take 1 damage and an affliction card.
okay.
And they grab you telekinetically. So you're held up by that. You realize, though, that means that you're going to take 1 damage from the telekinetic grab at the top of their next turn.
Okay. Since they did do an attack, can I burn 2 sparks to do my fear
Oh, to
condition
fear
on
them? Yeah, definitely. So you put fear on them. And
I put fear on them.
All right, so both of you are going to take damage at the top of their next turn. So you guys have until you have 2 more. You have 2 phoenixes to go before they take an action. So you're up.
I'm gonna dart through the crowd.
They don't stop you.
Do a little fancy juke and grab the shard.
Okay, this is going to be an incredible spread. So do your best.
Fucking it up.
Friend telekinesis.
I've got nothing.
Oh, you know what? You can do it if you do an attack spread is easier. It depends. The difficulty for a skill spread, or for a freeform spread, is 3 cards, but it's way higher. If you can do an attack spread, you'll do better off by that.
I've got garbage. I've got garbage in my hand.
Pull a coin.
Or coins.
Now is the time to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fully endorse pulling another card.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's what
Night.
they're, that's what they're there for.
Person.
Thank you.
Night Seeds.
Let's see, acrobatics would get the.
I'll give you 5. If you want to do this as a skill spread, as a freeform spread, you can use acrobatics.
Strength-wise, I'm only going to be able to do like.
Well, it's freeform. You can use whatever you want in this one.
Yeah.
So
well, I was just
like,
seeing which
yeah.
is more likely.
I mean, you can use both. Is what I'm saying. Like, you can give me the best option you have of both, and you don't need to limit yourself to 1 coin if you want to try and draw it more.
If I did that, I'd be able to see 4, 5, 10.
Small and quick definitely applies, and remember that's going to draw you a card as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try for an attack. That. So you got 1 more card to add to that, and what are you at so far?
Well, it's just as an attack. It would just be 4. I take it up to 6.
So it's 6. Keep going. See if you can with 1. So you can add another grace card to that.
Can take it to 10.
Can anyone help him out?
I don't have a trait. Sorry.
You need a trait. You
I
have
keep-
a
I
trait
keep
that can
wanting to
apply
say-
to this, or can you use your ability?
Yeah, untouchable. This card has a value of 5 when it's used in a defense spread.
No, I can't use it on him.
Damn it. Sorry.
Well, you should definitely pop him 1 with your regular ability, but also, does anyone have a trait they can throw at this, or do you want to throw sparks at this?
It might be spark time.
Yeah, I think it's spark the
Yeah.
clock.
Tara should definitely give you.
I know. I'm trying
bump.
to see which is the way to go here.
Let's take it to 15. Will that be enough?
Definitely
God,
enough.
I'm running low. All right, no, that just gives me a moment. How many more do you need in your draw limit?
Oh, you mean to give him more cards or more? It's more.
That's because I don't actually have so many.
Can't you
helping
give him
out.
5 to this?
It depends. This one is for me.
No, the
Oh,
one that you give to other people. You have an ability to.
It's in a.
Plus,
Oh, skill spread.
Yeah.
Let me see this one here. I think you can do something
I can
though.
discard one from my hand too. I think that only gives them one though.
No, it adds to the value of the card, or your rank, whichever is lower to the spread. So it's either going to be 2. Yeah, so it'll be 2, and that costs you nothing.
Okay.
So if you might as well give him at least 2.
All right. So I'm just gonna discard this card to give you.
2. So where are you at?
12.
12. Do you have? Do you want to put? I mean, put as much as you can into this if you can.
What I mean is when anything sparks.
Yeah, I mean, put a significant amount because the target number is just over 15.
12. So like if I put in 5, it's 17. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, you grab it.
Nice.
Boom! You grab it and you land. The Gestalt immediately like rotates to try and get you in vision, but they can't act yet this turn. Do you have any more you want to do? You can feel the pain and anger flowing through it. Like this is the source of all this damage and power. Do you feel like you could overwhelm it, or you and your wingmates could overwhelm it with Phoenix Force? You'd have
Phoenix
to
Force,
sacrifice
activate.
sparks. So you as a wing would have to put sparks into this to make it happen.
I'm all for it.
Let's do it.
And if you put your last spark into it, it will be a multiplier of 10. So who wants to put sparks into the shard?
I am the lowest on sparks, I think, right now.
I also want some Chardonnay.
So what do you got?
6.
6. You're gonna put all 6 in.
Yep.
So that's 16. Who else wants to donate?
7.
So and you're holding one back, right?
Yep.
All right. So that's
Save
16
off
plus-
dying as much as
16
possible.
plus 7 is
I'm gonna
what?
throw in another 5.
23.
23.
What do we need?
You need. Well, you don't know what you need.
So
All right.
we're at 28
Oh,
now. 'cause
God,
each
and
room
we've
felt
got a
right.
lot of them to
2.
battle. I'm gonna throw in 2.
2. Okay. Here's 3 back.
That's
All
30.
right. So, and you're burned out on this, right? So Eerie, runs forward. A blur of motion. Varya is like slowly. You can like see like Varya's bones breaking as like the Whisper Gestalt is crushing her. You dodge up like over the heads of the chanters, grab the stone. You sort of feel yourself like psychically connect with your wingmates. You draw forth all of their power. You burn everything you have into it. You basically, like, all of you feel like your energy moving into it, but you see it's you. You're like disincorporating, and it's like fire is swirling over it, and parts of you are like moving out, like little pieces of you like falling off, lighting a flame, like circling around it, and it just until there's a big blast of like bright light, and all that's left is the shard and dust where you used to be. Or ashes, I should say, where you used to be. And like all of you sort of have to, even as familiar as you are with like the powers of light, you're sort of blinded by that. But you realize that you're on the ground as soon as the flash happens, and you realize so too are all the whisperers and all the chanters, and everyone is they've gone from being terribly infected to just being dead. It's full of 100 dead people. But the chant is gone. You've stopped this local chant outbreak by way of your sacrifice.
I'm so excited. Seriously.
Wow, I am beat the fuck cup right
So you have like 20 minutes to make your way outside. And, like if we had more time in today's session, I would make you like make checks to disassemble barricades in time. But you don't. You manage to get out and you go outside and.
I want to be the first one. Or no, maybe it should be you.
Wow, I'm sure everybody will be really happy about it being me. Although
I'll float on out.
Although I'm kind of an asshole, so I might just strut out there in front because I'm already mad at the captain of the guards there and be like.
Did you ever see that movie? What was it? Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
Where like they just keep having that vision of that woman coming out of the house.
Yeah,
like that is what Varya looks like coming out of the house. We see her coming out now. No. So you walk out and the army like immediately stands down. There's like cheers everywhere. Until of course they realize that like you did it by way of like killing all the infected, but they were willing to do that anyway, and you saved a lot of survivors. But it's still a bittersweet loss, or a bittersweet win, we should say.
It's a loss half full, loss half empty situation.
You decide that it would behoove you for sort of like interpolitics reasons to stay on and do your best to sort of help the situation. So as a result, you're there past the next dawn, which means that you already come back from your crucible. So you rejoin them. Basically, they when you come back, the Winter is there, and she's like, your wingmates will need you, and they fireport you back to.
God damn it!
Just like this sort of like cleanup sort of montage style where you're helping people out, like pulling out bodies, helping people identified, like Idalia is giving speeches about how like the citizens will hold on. Ink is like doing research, like taking the shard and making sure it travels back with you to the place. Like you're
Ziploc.
slowly, like a lot of like you like throwing kids out of your way to do something, and then like you're slowly calming down until eventually you're like, you're okay, kid, but get out of the way.
Get out of here, kid! You bother me.
Yeah, and Eerie sort of goes through that experience, and eventually all of you meet up with Kelvin and the Durant to be named later, and take your ship back to Pyre. And then you're going to have a little story seed, and then we're going to be done, and we're going to level you up. Congratulations on solving that in a much better way than fighting this crap.
Yeah, I was like, maybe we won't have to deal with that, but.
That's why I was thinking, let's just distractions so you guys can get in and do shit.
Eldan.
Feeling good about that fire.
Eldan Diogenes agrees to return with you to Pyre, so he's going to come along.
He better after that.
And
See what we can do.
As does the engineer who was operating the brass dragons. She wants to see if she can't contribute to the Dawn.
Vesta?
Yeah. So Vesta's going to come with you.
Gotta follow her.
And so too is Eldon. They're both going to come with you back, and they're both happy to help. So you take the Windiri are the ones who are the great nautical race of the peoples here, and the Windiri have long loaned ships out to bring Phoenixes home. You were on a Windiri ship earlier. All the Windiris have a very long and over-the-top formal name. Your ship's current name is the Alfear's Fine Wind Serpent, won over winter with the hand of 4 kings. And people just call it the Winter Serpent.
The
Winter Serpent, his captain is named Nyanjin, and she's passionate, energetic, and dramatic, and she's happy to have you on board. This is interesting. The game suggests, and because Nyanjin is going to be with us next week, that all of you contribute one interesting quality of hers, and chat, you can too. So, Sam, have everyone in chat give us a quality for Nyanjin, the captain of the Winter Serpent, and you pick whichever one or ones you think are worth adding. You can, Sam Proof, our producer today, will add us a few. But what is Nyanjin like? Nyanjin like?
Nyanjin? I imagine she had a kind of rough home life and was very glad to be out on the ocean. Not even too fond of coming back to shore.
All right.
Ironically collects toy trains.
Okay. Really hoping they eventually invent the trains that Toys R Us. Yeah. Why can't we make this in larger scale? All right,
She's got
just a kid's
a long
toy.
red ponytail.
okay.
She's got to dance. She
Okay.
hears music, she's got to dance.
She likes to dance.
Yeah.
All right. So and we're gonna get more about her as time goes on. So the dance happy, train collecting, ponytail, but not going home. Nyajin is the captain. That crew is a diverse crew from all over the realms, all over the empire, and they're familiar with phoenixes and with things. She's also known for throwing grand dinners for her honored passengers. So expect to. In fact, I'll just tease you. Here's what we're gonna do. In the beginning of our next adventure, when I believe two of you two won't be with us next week, right?
Unfortunately.
So next week we're going to have two guests, one of whom is going to be playing Kelvin, the elemental, and the other will either be playing the Durant, or will be playing one of the other Phoenix wings that's going home on this vessel. And she can speak Pig Latin fluently. Sounds great.
That's regular Latin.
But all of you are still there. So all of you will be at dinner, at a grand dinner in the main sort of cabin of the Winter Serpent, when a sort of strange force calls out to Eerie. Eerie, you're going to gain a card that, touched by the Chant, which you'll have in your deck, which gives you different abilities. And Eerie will be drawn out onto the deck, and you see a shape in the mists of the water. And eventually you're driven to demand the ship make course for this shape. And you find there a ghost ship. It's the Windiri colony ships. They were designed to be self-sufficient communities. They were like when the Windiri were driven off their islands, they basically lived on these gigantic, sort of oil tanker-sized wooden ships.
Like Battlestar.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Battlestar Galactica. It is the Battleship Galacta ship.
Still makes more sense than the ending.
But this one is completely and totally quiet and has no lights on at night. But for whatever reason, you feel like there might be the next step of your journey against the Chant on board the giant Battleship Galacta ship. We'll have a much better name next week. Until then, let's level you up. So, what kind of death do we think you had?
Really quick, do we get to remove these from our deck?
Yes,
the
they all go
afflictions?
away.
Okay.
Yay! Because fuck those.
Y'all can eat a dick. Y'all cards, that is.
What kind of so I would say you died for others and you died for duty, so both those are valid.
Died for knowledge.
Died for knowledge, sure.
Look, not everybody has to be smart, okay?
I always have trouble finding this page.
Right.
This is the one. This is the one, Keith Baker, that you've hidden from me. All right.
These are yours.
You didn't die in failure. You did die for others. You did die for duty. You didn't die because you were strong or weren't strong or tough enough, or because you weren't fast enough or couldn't overcome an obstacle. But I would say you also potentially died because of secrets, or in the pursuit of secrets or knowledge, or because a secret was revealed. So you can choose to advance as a rank 2 Phoenix with a lesson from the Shrouded, the Elemental, or the Devoted.
Shrouded or Elemental? Because I don't think it was for other people.
Your interpretation of it was that it was not for other people.
Gotta get that thing.
Perfect. So Shrouded?
Shrouded, yeah.
Shrouded? Okay. I'll grab you some Shrouded cards here. I have them hanging around. And so what you're going to do is draw.
What did I do? Ye oldie break.
Well, first off, you're also going to pick a Talon from.
First job that I
these
had out of
talons.
college, we called that faxing the president.
I haven't heard that one.
Mr. President, I have important news.
You don't have both your rank 1s, do you? You can't possibly.
Me?
Yeah.
No. What are we,
I just don't have it. Or maybe there's only. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Sax.
So you're going to pick one of these lessons.
I love that you use the water and stuff that we brought from the area. I was thinking
That was
about
great.
that too. I was thinking about it. And you did it. I was
And if we
like,
hadn't run a little long today, I would have had you guys like re-encounter him.
Oh, yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
generally speaking, you do, and you sort of
And
convince
I
him.
make sure that everybody knows that it was this guy who had the supplies ready to go.
No, that was brilliant. I was like, I wanted
Yeah.
to say, like, let them know that we had it and do it, but it wasn't
Have
like,
faith in the Empire. You know,
Yeah.
man. They got your
That was
back.
a great use.
So you chose Epitaph.
Yeah.
Here, I'll read it to the folks while we're doing it. So your talent is either +3 to attack, or you may make attacks at range, and if you make a melee attack, it flips over, and then you get +3. So basically, you attack at range until you stop, and then it stays as a melee weapon for the entire time, and it's +3 to your attack.
So it's like one of them sword blades from Final Fantasy VIII.
Exactly that.
Yeah. And I know that's not actually the name of it. I'm sorry.
How do you get hidden?
Hidden is a condition you can. I mean,
Well, you can use environmental things to hide behind.
yeah, you can like take a complicated choice to be hidden, or you can. The Shrouded have a lot of hidden options.
Like my talent, I flip it over and I become hidden.
Because like the lore doesn't help me. This combat style with Shadow Knife is good, except that the attack is intellect, and I got nothing. So.
Right.
So you don't want that.
So you shouldn't take
Don't
that.
leave that for me.
No. I guess.
Now, how do you have 2 combat styles?
Because I got to choose either that or another
Yeah,
talent
there's a
in the
rank 1
beginning.
combat style for the devoted,
Yeah.
the Shining Mirror.
Yeah, I gotta take Shrouded Bond.
So what does that give you?
When you're hidden, you may burn 1 spark on your turn to appear next to one of your wingmates, regardless of the distance between the two of you. When one of your wingmates dies, you may take their skill specialties card and use it until they are reborn.
Ooh,
That's nice.
wow,
son.
that's fancy.
So that means that second benefit will definitely be useful for you, because if one of your wingmates goes down, then you're.
Wait for you all to die.
And then you need to pick a
Okay.
rank 5 card from either Strength or Grace.
Might not have to wait that long.
Do you want a Strength or Grace 5?
Give me a grace.
Okay.
I tell you what picture I want to commission now, based on a conversation we were having earlier, is sexy sax man done in this style.
There you go.
Thank you.
Put that in your deck. All right. So, and how does Eerie look different after you're reborn?
Some of the, because it's mostly clad in black with streaks of metal and whatnot. Some of them, if you're not looking quite at them, they look more like smoke. And
Oh,
they're
nice.
Yeah, aren't corporeal.
All right, so we're gonna wrap up for there. So when we come back, Eerie and Eerie and Ink.
Yes.
Eerie and Ink. Eerie and Ink and Eerie and Ink. Welcome to Eerie and Ink.
Coming this fall on Nickelodeon.
Yes, Eerie and Ink and Kelvin and a Phoenix, we'll find out about next week, are going to begin investigating the Wasari ghost ship and taking the next step towards finding out why the chant is happening in all over the Empire. Next week, we're going to have even more ways for you to interact with the show, but we're glad you did already. We're slowly building up to it again. It's a young system. We're not sure what will break it. So we, as opposed to D&D, where we're very familiar with how you can fudge rules, but we're a little dangerous. And I'll be happy to announce that 2 weeks from today, that's the 27th, Keith Baker himself, the man who wrote this game, will be here running for us. Michael is out that day, so I'll be playing as Kelvin, the Elemental Phoenix, with the 3 of these folks, and we'll be going on yet another adventure with Keith. I suddenly realized I don't know whether or not he intends for me to write that for him to run, or he's going to run something.
Something tells me.
Hey, he probably has some ideas.
Mystery.
Check out our Facebook page or Saving Throw Show's website for stories from all these guys about their interpretations of the game. Thank you for being part of the Saving Throw family. We've got shows every day of the week except for Thursday and sometimes Thursday. No Sundays, no Thursdays. That's what we got. But we have all kinds of great stuff. The Dark Sun game that comes on before us on Saturdays is fantastic. Barky's Brigade on Wednesdays is fantastic. And this week is is the Never Tell Me the Odds, I believe. So this Friday coming up, you can watch our incredible Star Wars show.
Also, Monday night, Mac and I are going to be on Monday Night Dungeon Fight.
Yes, we are.
So tune in for that and
See if they can follow me as the winner, and then we can all be in the finals together. That's a great show. And Tom Lommel is a gift to gaming.
Dungeon Bastard.
A dungeon bastard, but he is like legitimately like one of the best things that's ever happened to gaming. So we're gonna end on that. Why? I'm Sax Carr with
Tara Strand.
Michael Holmes.
Mac Beauvais.
Robert Chan.
and let's give it up for the bearers of light and sound there behind the yay. The fastest fingers, it's Sam Proof. Check out everything he does online and
Yes.
look forward to the Pizza Games and Zombies podcast either here or near here. Have fun, everybody. Bye. So go to post show and kill the mics.
I
then
always
leave it
wished
up
I
for
had
a
a
bit so that we
family, and
don't-
now I do. Barky's Brigade is here for me. Here for you. See? Now I'll list the names of folks who make up our crew. It's Donovan, Atuska, Asher, Udo, and me too. Oh, Barky. Barky, Starkey, Barky's Brigade. Barky's Brigade. Barky's Brigade. Barky, Barky, Flarky, Starkey, Barky's Brigade.